Chapter 39-34. Rumble. In the void, thunderous rumbles resounded, and a void fissure was torn open without any warning. The sound of tearing silk resounded through the 3 stars of the demon sovereign star. On the 3 stars, countless demon cultivators and ordinary demon cultivators looked up at the sky. Their faces were filled with horror, and their bodies were trembling in fear. The void crack was located within the inner defense of the 3 stars. The existence that was descending directly ignored the inner defense array of the 3 stars, as if it existed in vain to them. In the next instant, 4 old figures walked out of the void crack. Although they were in human form, 2 of them were so rich in chi and blood that it was abnormal. These 2 were clearly not of the human race, but of other races. Their original form should be that of a race with a large body. Rich blood was the biggest characteristic of this kind of life form. As for cultivation strength, these 4 figures were extremely terrifying. 1 ordinary undying, 3 universe-old monsters. They were the core elders of the Federation Senate from the undying star of the 3rd universe. The purpose of descending on the Demon Emperor star was to capture young Master Linghu as a sign of allegiance, and to get on the good side of the heavenly Tao. Perhaps in the near future, when the Great Desolate Era would descend, they would choose a side in advance. This time, although there were only 4 core elders from the Federation Senate, to the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor star, these 4 figures were enough to crush everything. If they were willing, the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor star would be completely annihilated and cease to exist. The demon race did indeed have a foundation, and it was extraordinary. It was not something the space rat race or hell ant race could compare to. However, Yixian had already roughly determined the situation from the words of the demon emperor Immortal Ballad. That was, the foundation of the demon race did not seem to be on the demon emperor star, but in an unknown, independent void. Moreover, this foundation seemed to be related to the bloodline source of the demon race. After all, Immortal Ballad was already a demon emperor, but he was only a sector lord. The sector lord realm could not be the true foundation of the demon race. Even the demon emperor Immortal Ballad was not on the demon emperor star now. He had already entered that unknown, independent void. In fact, even if he was here now, it would be useless. A sector lord, even a sector lord at the 9th level of the sector lord realm, was useless in the current crisis. Xiao. Swish, swish. From the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor, figures shot out and arrived outside the atmosphere of the 1 Emperor and 2 guards. All of them were universe masters and star lords. There were more than 100 of them. They were all the high-end forces of the Devil race that were guarding the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor. As for the Devil cultivator rankers below the universe realm, under this kind of immortal pressure that only leaked out a little, they simply couldn't face it head-on. At the same time, a large number of fortresses of various sizes rushed out from the interstellar docks of the 3 stars of the nefarious demonic emperor and lined up in the void. The muzzles of the battleship cannons were all pointed at the 4 figures standing proudly in the void. There were intelligent robots in these fortresses as well as weaker demon experts. The reason why they weren't affected by the immortal pressure was because the 4 figures didn't use their full strength. On the other hand, the energy shields of the fortresses had a certain degree of protection. However, all of this was just a facade. The 4 existences that had descended were too powerful. Right now, they had yet to display their might, but once they did, a calamity would descend immediately. In the void above, the 4 figures that had descended watched all of this coldly, completely unmoved. This level of power couldn't shake them at all. Although his voice was not loud, it clearly reached the ears of countless creatures in the 3 stars of the nefarious demonic emperor, Devil Cultivator. I am Shun Rong, an immortal elder of the Federation Senate. I give you 2 hours to hand over Linghu evildoer, otherwise the nefarious demonic emperor will be annihilated. In the 3 stars of the nefarious demonic emperor, countless demon experts and clansmen were shocked. Among them, most of them didn't even know what the immortal realm was. but just from the fact that the other party dared to say that if they didn't hand over Linghu evildoer in 2 hours, they would immediately annihilate the entire devil race. This so-called immortal realm was definitely a very terrifying existence. For a time, all kinds of discussions were in an uproar in the 3 stars of the nefarious demonic emperor. The alliance between young Master Linghu and the devil race was now known by all 3 major dimensions. So, as the experts and clansmen of the devil race, they naturally knew about it. However, due to the limitation of their level, these existences knew very little. Basically, what was known to the outside world was about the deep alliance between Yi Xian and the devil race. Not to mention these ordinary low-level demon experts. Even some of the more ordinary members of the devil race's royal family were not qualified to know about it. Doubt. The devil race would never give up on this ally. In this regard, the devil emperor Mo Wentian and the other higher-ups of the devil race were well aware of this, but the lower-level clansmen and experts didn't know about it. Compared with the survival of the entire devil race, there was no suspense at all about what choice they would make. Although these lower-level clansmen couldn't influence anything, public opinion and the people's hearts would be affected. Although young Master Linghu is allied with our devil race, he is not on the Devil Emperor star now. Suppressing the anger in his heart, the Devil Emperor Mo Wentian continued in a deep voice. Even if he is on the Devil Emperor star, our devil royal family will never hand over our ally. The Thousand Luo Federation seems to have crossed the line in this matter. We, the devil race, are not members of your federation. Whether Linghu is on the Devil Emperor star or not, I don't care about this matter. That's your problem. Shun Rong sneered, still threatening. His tone was tough to the extreme, making people feel incomparably resentful. I only know that if you don't hand over Linghu Demon Genius in 2 hours, today, not even a chicken or a dog will be left alive in the 3 stars of the nefarious demonic emperor. Besides, in view of the fact that you devil race don't seem to have a clear understanding of the situation in front of you, I feel that it is necessary to give you some punishment. Devil race, I advise you not to make a mistake. At the end of his words, the immortal old monster Shun Rong's voice suddenly turned sharp, and a touch of extremely cold ruthlessness burst out of his eyes at this moment. Before the current Devil Emperor Mo Wentian, who was talking to him, and the upper echelons of the Devil Royal family behind him, came back to their senses, Shenrong had already raised his right hand with a sneer. Hundreds of thousands of miles away in the Star River Void, toward the large and small fortresses that were rapidly gathering outside the atmosphere of the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor, he pressed from afar. Boom! Rumble. An earth-shattering explosion suddenly broke out without any warning. It was merely a casual move, but hundreds of gigantic fireballs instantly burst out in the outer space of the atmosphere of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor hundreds of thousands of kilometers ahead. Chapter 39-35. With a casual attack, he blew up more than 100 fortresses from 1,000,000 miles away into enormous fireballs in the starry sky. All the ships and people on the fortresses were completely destroyed. This scene was too shocking. Countless devil cultivator experts and ordinary people in the Devil Emperor 3 stars were all shocked. Before this, they did not understand the so-called immortal level existence at all. They did not have a clear concept, but now, after seeing Shun Rong's attack, they finally understood the meaning of the immortal level. The meaning of these 2 words was clear. What was the point of tearing a battleship apart? With a casual wave of his hand, more than 100 space fortresses were instantly destroyed. This was simply a miracle, as if a real catastrophe had descended in the starry sky. Such a terrifying existence definitely had the ability to destroy the Devil Emperor 3 stars. The words he had said before about destroying the Devil Cultivator race were not exaggerated at all. An incomparably strong sense of panic rapidly grew and spread in the Devil Emperor 3 stars. Everyone was anxious, and the people's hearts were unstable. In the cosmic void outside the atmosphere of the Devil Emperor 3 stars, the other fortresses and space battleships were still rapidly gathering in the void. They were densely packed, and there were more than 1,000,000 of them. It seemed to be a majestic formation, but in fact, all the devil cultivator experts in the battleship were trembling, both physically and mentally. Even the great starry sky battle caravans left on the Demon Emperor star were lined up in a formation, with their mouths facing Xianxia and the other three. Unfortunately, only one of the great starry sky battle caravans could be activated, while the others were all fake. Even if they were all real, they would not be able to activate them. Pose a threat to the immortal level existence. It could be said that even if the Devil Emperor Imo Dioqian personally came, it would not have any deterrent effect at this time, unless an immortal level existence woke up from his deep sleep in the Devil Cultivator race's void. At this moment, the current Devil Emperor Imo, when Tian and the others had long been furious. Unfortunately, although their camp was huge, their strength was not on the same level. The enemy only had 4 figures, and with a raise of their hands, they could so arrogantly destroy hundreds of Devil Cultivator fortresses, but the upper echelons of the Devil Cultivator royal family did not dare to resist. He had the heart, but was powerless. Moreover, this kind of resistance was not only futile, but if the other party was enraged, an even more serious calamity would befall them in an instant. Young Master Linghu naturally could not be handed over. However, for the safety of their clansmen, the upper echelons of the Imperial Demon Clan could only endure, no matter how angry they were. The other party was an Immortal Realm old monster. If he said that there was a time limit of 2 hours, he would not go back on his word. The upper echelons of the royal family all fell into deep thought, thinking hard about how to deal with it. It was also at this moment that an abrupt voice suddenly came out from the atmosphere of the Demon Emperor planet. It was filled with sarcasm and disdain, as well as monstrous anger that could not be suppressed. "Yo, an immortal old monster, huh? What a powerful official." As the voice sounded, a figure rushed out from the atmosphere of the Devil Royal Star. His physical body traversed the void, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the Devil Army. Even the current Devil Emperor, Imo Wentian, and the others were behind him. This person was Yi Xian, who came in the identity of the Devil Royal Brother, Imo Jinfeng. When the figure was fixed, Yi Xian's sarcastic words came out again at the first time. "Your Wan Luo Federation Senate is really promising. The clans of the Second Universe are clamoring to withdraw from the Wan Luo Federation. The internal strife in your own backyard can't be quelled, but you come to my Devil Royal Star. Is there no one else in my Devil race?" Boom! In the last sentence, Yi Xian's tone suddenly turned sharp. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Time War Tala. He did not intend to use the other Time War Tala at all. Even the Weeping Soul War Tala was not of much significance to this kind of immortal realm existence. Only the power of time might be able to shake it. At the very least, it could make the other party a little wary. After all, Yi Xian had used this Time War Tala to kill a Star-Lord old monster in seconds. The Star-Lord realm was not comparable to the immortal realm. The former was almost no different from an ant in front of the latter. However, Yi Xian was now a mighty figure of the universe, and the tens of millions of golden slimes in the Time War Tala had grown slightly during this time. Therefore, its power was not the same as before. Yi Xian was not 100% sure about this, not even 50%, but as long as there was a 30% chance, it was worth a try. Devil genius! Mo Jinfeng? Shenrong's expression was clearly startled. He sized Yi Xian up a few times, then swept his gaze over the enormous object beneath Yi Xian's feet. The golden battle armlet of time flashed with a bright light. He sneered and said, "An ant of the universe state dares to talk to me like that? Are you not afraid of death? Or do you think that you can challenge the authority of an immortal realm existence with this so-called small-time War Tala under your feet? So what if you're an immortal realm expert? This so-called small-time War Tala could kill a Star-Lord old monster in seconds. It might be able to defeat an immortal realm expert today." Yi Xian didn't show any weakness in the face of the other party's threat. He even showed the intention to fight back. "You can try if you don't believe me. At worst, we'll just die. You're bullying us at our doorstep. We demons aren't pushovers. Even if we can't escape annihilation, we won't be able to escape. Even if we can't exterminate you, I'll still injure you and make you lose face. How dare you? Shenrong was furious. The aura in his body surged, which was a sign that he was about to attack. Behind Yixian, the current generation of the Demon Emperor, Imo and Tian, and the other upper echelons of the Demon Royal family were all dumbstruck. They didn't expect Yixian to actually dare to appear, and the moment he did, he was actually so domineering, as if he didn't treat the immortal realm old monster as a dish at all. As for the huge fleet behind, and the countless demon experts on the Demon Emperor's 3 stars, they were all stunned. Their minds were blown. This mysterious younger brother of the demon race, Imo Jinfeng, who was called a demon genius by the outside world, was really too bold. The other party had just warned him, and he jumped out to confront him directly. This temper was simply like a demon incarnate. In fact, Yixian didn't care about this so-called immortal realm old monster at all. At least, he didn't have a trace of fear. In the previous incident in the source of all evil Starfield, he saw with his own eyes that the immortal realm old monsters fled like stray dogs under the authority of the 9-headed blood dragon and several other quasi-desolation powerful beings. That scene alone made it difficult for him to have any respect for the so-called immortal realm old monsters. Chapter 39-36 Warcry of Time. Attack with all your might. Seeing that his opponent was about to attack, Yixian didn't want to lose the initiative. With a roar, he immediately gave the order to the purple gold slime in the Warcry of Time to launch an all-out attack. Inside the core node of the Warcry of Time's central region, the Slime King, which was entirely purple and gold in color, had a huge body. It was at least 30 feet tall. Back then, when Yixian's cultivation was weaker than it had never shown any signs of disrespect, let alone now. Following Yixian's order, the purple gold slime didn't hesitate at all and immediately launched into action. Wong! An extremely soft, buzzing sound rang out, and a circle of invisible ripples instantly spread out from its body, entering the 4 walls of the core beehive node. Then, following the pipes connected to the outer walls, it was instantly transmitted to the thousands of beehive nodes of the Warcry of Time. At this moment, the tens of millions of golden slimes in all the beehive nodes trembled at the same time. The long golden thread under their abdomens blossomed with a dazzling brilliance, and then their entire bodies shone with golden light. These golden lights were actually the biological frequencies of the golden slimes. If there was only one of them, it wouldn't be able to do much at all. However, when there were many golden slimes, layers of golden curtains stacked on top of each other and gathered together. In the end, the light gold turned into a rich golden color. As if it had a mind of its own, it rushed into the 4 walls of the beehive nodes and followed the pipes of the outer walls back, surging madly towards the core beehive node where the universe slimes were located from all directions. All of this was completed in half an instant, much faster than the previous activation. This made Yixian feel relieved because this meant that the life level of the entire golden slimes had increased again. At this moment, inside the Warcry of Time, tens of millions of golden slimes shone with golden light, but outside the Warcry of Time, there wasn't a single trace of them at all. In just half an instant, the dense golden light gathered from the thousands of beehive nodes all converged. After entering the core beehive node, this core beehive node, located in the central region of the 9th ring inside the giant horn, suddenly lit up. In an instant, the core beehive node with a diameter of 3,000 meters completely turned into a golden world. At the same time that it suddenly blazed, waves of golden ripples spread out along the war cloth, forming a golden fan-shaped ripple right in front of the mouth of the huge horn. Beneath the feet of Yixian, who had been standing proudly at the edge of the mouth of the gate of heaven for a long time, it rapidly expanded forward. Like a golden tide, it soundlessly pushed forward. This was merely the first wave of the tide of time. The tide of time, one tide, 10,000 years. This point had long been verified in the previous 2 activations of the Battle of Time. The Star-Lord from the Colored Python clan in the second universe survived the first 2 waves of the golden tides of time, but it was defeated by the third, incomplete Golden Tide in the end. A Star-Lord old monster had been almost killed in a second. Thinking back to that scene, countless Devil Dweller experts who had seen it with their own eyes felt a chill run down their spines. At this moment, they saw that Imo Xiofeng, their bold brother who was like a devil incarnate, not only jumped out, but also confronted an immortal realm expert verbally. Also, when the other party roared, as if he were going to punish him, he seized the opportunity and fully activated the Battle of Time before the other party attacked. In less than an instant, the first wave of the Golden Tide of Time had already silently pushed forward at an incomparably fast speed. This immediately caused the countless demon experts inside and outside the 3 stars Devil Emperor star to suck in a cold breath. Everything happened so fast that they didn't have time to react at all. By the time they realized what was going on, the fearless devil incarnate had already taken action. The situation changed so fast that even the current Devil Emperor Imo, Wentian, and the other senior members of the royal family were caught off guard. For a moment, they were all dumbfounded and petrified. It's the power of time law. As the first wave of Golden Tide of Time appeared, it rapidly pushed forward. In the void hundreds of thousands of miles away, the expressions of the 4 super old monsters who had descended changed slightly. They had only heard about the power of the Battle of Stars of the demon race before, and they also knew that this golden Battle of Stars was enough to release the suspected power of time law. There was even a Star-Lord who was almost instantly killed by the 3 waves of Tide of Time. After all, they had never seen it with their own eyes, and the Starry Sky Time Law was the most mysterious power of law. Not to mention ordinary immortal realm experts. Even emperors had never heard of anyone who had truly mastered the power of the Starry Sky Time Law. Therefore, the 4 of them were actually skeptical about the power of Time Tide of this golden battle of stars. They didn't completely believe it, and they felt that it was very likely to be a rumor. But now, when the first tide of time really appeared, the 4 of them suddenly realized and exclaimed. Even the immortal realm old monsters didn't dare to recklessly face the power of time law, of the Starry Sky Time Law. However, it was too late to retreat now. As the first tide of time approached rapidly, this corner of the void seemed to be imprisoned by some mysterious power of time, and they could only resist it head-on. Humph! So what if it's the power of time law? Although its level is high, its power is still too weak after all. With a cold snort, Shen Rong activated his bloodline immediately and showed his true form. As his voice spread, a 300,000 feet long blue lock fire elephant appeared in the void. Among the 3 universe-old monsters behind him, one of them was also an alien race, and he also showed his true form at this moment, which was a 300,000 feet long arrow-tailed tiger. The other 2 were obviously from the human race, and they couldn't show their huge bloodline, so they could resist the erosion power of time, tied with their abundant flesh and blood. In desperation, the 2 of them could only wave their hands and take out their respective defensive magic treasures. 2 blazing lights, one yellow and one green, rose up and enveloped the 2 of them completely, protecting them. In their opinion, the power of this tide of time was indeed a little weak, as a tide only had the power of 10,000 years of erosion power. But after all, the level of its power was frighteningly high. This was the power of time law of the starry sky. Besides, this was only the first tide of time, so who could say for sure how many tides of time the golden battle of stars in front of them could send out in total? Right now, this corner of the void was temporarily imprisoned by the mysterious power of time, so they couldn't tear the void to avoid it. If 5 or 6 tides really came one after another, it would be really troublesome. Therefore, even if they were preparing for a rainy day, they had to be cautious at the beginning. Chapter 39-37. In the blink of an eye, the golden fan-shaped tide, which represented the power of the passage of time, completely covered a corner of the void in front of them. Some kind of mysterious power poured out immediately, causing the 4 super old monsters to be completely frozen. As if their bodies were sealed, they were fixed in that void, unable to move. Unfortunately, the first wave of the Golden Tide didn't seem to have much of an effect on these four super old monsters at all. The Blue Lock Fire Elephant, who was at the forefront of the group, remained the same, even with the Blue Lock Dark Light on the surface of its enormous true body. As for the three universe old monsters behind it, although they were affected to a certain extent, the two great beings of the human race only had the halos of their defensive magic treasures slightly dimmed. However, the aura of the other arrow-tailed tiger was slightly older. That was all. However, the second wave of the Golden Tide, in less than half an instant, had already arrived with a rumbling sound. As the second wave of the Golden Tide flowed past, another 10,000 years quietly passed by. This time, the faint blue color on the surface of the enormous true body of the Blue Pool Fire Elephant was slightly dimmer. Among the three universe-level great beings behind it, the halos of their magic treasures that the two old monsters of the human race were protecting themselves were extremely dim, like candles in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. After all, in just a short instant, these two defensive magic treasures had already experienced the erosion of 20,000 years. Even the treasures of the universe-level old monsters would be unable to bear the burden. As for the arrow-tailed tiger, its enormous body suddenly and rapidly darkened. In less than half an instant, the grayish-black hair that covered the entire surface of its enormous body flew off from its body and rapidly turned into gray specks of dust, completely dissipating. In just half an instant, 10,000 years passed silently, but the auras of these four super old monsters didn't increase in the slightest. It was as if they had lost 10,000 years of vitality for nothing. Although it wasn't enough to cause him to immediately die on the spot, and it didn't even weaken his cultivation and strength in the slightest, this was merely the second wave of the tide of time. In just these two waves of time, in less than a breath, what was washed away was tens of thousands of years of time. Without the slightest pause, at the same time that the second wave of time had not gone far away, at the source of the entire golden fan-shaped area, a third golden wave and ripple visible to the naked, I had already ruthlessly whizzed out from the mouth of the trumpet. Screech! This time, the surface of the enormous true body of the Blue Pool Fire Elephant at the forefront finally began to peel off pieces of dark blue skin. Even if it was an undying existence, after experiencing the ruthless erosion of 30,000 years of time in a short instant, although its body was completely unharmed, the of time, the skin, and so on, it was still a little unable to resist in the end. Seeing this scene and seeing that the third golden tide of time was approaching and flowing past their bodies, the arrow-tailed tiger and the other two old monsters of the universe, who were already unable to move and whose bodies were protected by their defensive magic treasures, finally, uneasy, and their eyes gradually to fear with a hint of panic. 10,000 years in one tide. Even the old monsters of the universe had an end to their lifespans. If such tides of time came a few more times, they would completely age in the golden ripples. In an instant, they would waste tens of thousands of years of time, and because of their old age, they would finally decay and die. It was also at this moment that the third tide of time finally arrived in front of the three of them. Visible golden ripples washed over the bodies of the three super old monsters. After the erosion of this tide of time, the arrow-tailed tiger's enormous body seemed to have been washed clean of lead, and its 100,000 feet body finally began to decline. On the surface of its gray body, the flesh and blood began to wither. In the end, countless pieces of flesh and blood were peeled off from its body, turning into dust and disappearing into ashes. The two old monsters of the human race were no different. As the third tide of time flowed by, the protective halo of the magic treasure, which was already like a candle in the wind, flickered twice before completely disappearing. Not only did this mean that from now on, their bodies were half directly exposed to the corrosive power of the next tide of time, but also meant that these two old monsters of the universe had each lost an important magic treasure in less than 2 seconds. 3 tides of time, 30,000 years of time flowed past these two defensive magic treasures in just 2 seconds, causing them to lose all their power. It was likely that it would be impossible to repair and refine them in the future, and this was only the third tide of time. Next, there would be the fourth. Before this, Yi Xian's War of Time could only send out 3 waves of golden tide that represented the corrosive power of 10,000 years of time, and even the third wave was not complete, and its power was slightly weaker. But that was before, and now it was different. Swish! The faint sound of waves rang out, and the fourth golden tide finally arrived. This time, even the blue pond fire elephant's expression changed a little. He was indeed an undying, but in just 2 seconds, he had experienced the passage of 40,000 years. Although he could still not hurt his foundation, he was definitely close to the point where he would lose a layer of skin even if he did not die. In fact, this was indeed the case. The surface of his huge, true body, which was originally glowing with a faint blue luster, had already become dim and gray. This time, apart from large pieces of blue skin peeling off, occasionally, even large pieces of flesh and blood began to melt in some places. As for the 3 universe-old monsters behind him, 2 of them, who had lost the protection of their defensive magic treasures, instantly changed their expressions. They aged a lot in an instant. Dense wrinkles appeared on their faces. Their hair was dry and white, and their skin was as dry as a dried corpse. Even their eyes, which had been shining brightly, were no longer shining. Even their bright eyes dimmed. The arrow-tailed tiger was even more miserable. Previously, when the third tide of time came and flowed through his body, some parts of his 100,000 feet body had already revealed blood and bones. And now, with the arrival of the fourth golden tide, in less than half an instant, the arrow-tailed tiger, which was at the level of an old universe monster, had already lost its flesh and blood, revealing a large amount of white bones and internal organs. Although it did not completely perish under the corrosion of the fourth tide of time, its aura, however, had already weakened to the extreme. At a glance, it was like an old and weak tiger that had experienced the decay of time. It was already in its last years and was on the verge of death. But in the end, it still saved its life. Unfortunately, this was still not the end. After the fourth tide of time, there was a fifth and final tide. This was the limit of the current war of time. It was indeed impossible to kill an undying, but it could injure an undying. At the very least, after revealing a bloodline that was full of vitality, it was still in such an unbearable state where large pieces of flesh and blood had been eroded. It was definitely a loss of face. Chapter 39-38. The arrow-tailed tiger was undoubtedly very unlucky. Facing the fifth golden tide, which represented the corrosive power of 10,000 years, he was the existence most likely to fall among the 4 super old monsters. Needless to say, the immortal realm blue pool fire elephant Shenron, even if 50,000 years flowed through his bloodline true body in the short span of 3 breaths, it still wouldn't be able to truly harm his foundation. Only the skin on the surface of his huge bloodline true body peeled off, and some large pieces of flesh melted a little. It was at most a superficial wound. As for the 3 old monsters behind him, the 2 old monsters of the human race were stronger than the arrow-tailed tiger and were at the intermediate universe grade. Previously, they even had defensive treasures to resist the corrosive power of the first 3 tides of time. However, the arrow-tailed tiger had relied on his own cultivation and the rich blood of his 100,000 feet bloodline true body to resist from the beginning. The old monsters of the universe were indeed extraordinary. They had resisted the first 4 tides of time. 40,000 years had flowed through his body in just 2 short moments, yet they hadn't killed him on the spot. However, it was really almost time, and now the 5th and final tide of time had arrived. There's still more? This time, even the immortal rank blue pool fire elephant couldn't remain calm. Its expression changed again, and its long fiery red trunk was about to spurt out substantial flames. It was so angry that it couldn't take it anymore. It was really sullen. If this tide of time didn't have some kind of confinement effect related to the power of time law, how could he, a dignified undying, be so sullen and only be able to resist this kind of damage? Before he finished speaking, the fifth tide of time had already flowed through the blue pool fire elephant's body. His foundation was still not hurt, but more flesh on his huge bloodline true body began to melt. Originally, his entire body had a faint blue luster, but now there were potholes and wounds everywhere, and blue-gold divine blood flowed out. Behind him, the two old monsters of the human race were hunched over, but they still resisted in the end. However, it was obvious that their foundation had been hurt, and their battle power was almost gone. After returning, they would have to recuperate for thousands of years to recover. The worst was the arrow-tailed tiger. After the fifth tide of time flowed, his 100,000 feet bloodline true body, which had exposed his bones and internal organs, began to collapse in the blink of an eye. Organs fell out of his abdomen and turned into ashes along with the golden tide. Bones fell apart and disintegrated. Similarly, they couldn't resist the corrosive power of the golden tide and turned into ashes before finally dissipating. In just a short moment, his 100,000 feet bloodline true body was almost completely destroyed, and only about 1/3 of his bones were left. An old monster of the universe had fallen. He had died tragically in the starry sky. This scene frightened the other two old universe monsters of the human race. It was not easy to reach such a level of existence. Which one of them had not worked hard for tens of thousands of years to achieve the status and achievements they had today? Normally, even Ling Yu cherished it very much and would not easily take risks. But now an old monster of the same level as them had died on the spot in just a few breaths of time. Even though he had manifested his 100,000 feet bloodline true body, he hadn't been able to resist the fifth tide of time. His entire bloodline true body was left with only half a year's worth of bones. This was horrifying. Although the two of them had gritted their teeth and resisted the fifth golden tide, which represented the passage of 10,000 years, they were now in a weakened state. Their bodies were withered, and their bodies were bent. They were afraid that the moment the sixth golden tide arrived, they would be the first to follow in the footsteps of the arrow-tailed tiger. They would follow in their footsteps. Thinking of this, the two old monsters of the human race no longer cared about their so-called face, prestige, and dignity. Their bodies trembled slightly as they softly begged Xianxia, who was in the air in front of them, for mercy. Young friend, this is a misunderstanding. This is a F***king misunderstanding. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. As soon as the words left their mouths, the two old monsters of the human race felt ashamed and embarrassed. Their old faces flushed. They really didn't want to say it, but they couldn't control their mouths at all. At this critical moment of life and death, they trembled and said such words. It was completely instinctive, a subconscious reaction. Only then did the countless demon masters inside and outside the atmosphere of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor come back to their senses. Although they slowly closed their mouths, the expressions on their faces were strange. Looking at Yixian's back, their eyes were so complicated that it was impossible to describe what they were thinking. Monster! He was indeed a monster. In just a few short breaths, the 3 universe-old monsters had been reduced to such a state. One had died a tragic death in the starry sky, and the other 2 had lost all their fighting power. Most importantly, even their minds had collapsed, and they were trembling as they began to beg for mercy. This was really... How could they endure this? The 2 of you are exaggerating. Besides, you may have thought too much. In fact, the 5th wave of the tide of time, just now, was the limit. I really can't release the 6th wave. At this moment, Yixian's heart was actually dripping with blood. What he said was the truth, but he didn't say it all. In fact, after the 5th wave of the tide of time was released, all of the golden slimes within the battle of time were completely weakened. They would need a very long time to recuperate before they could recover. Come, including the purple gold slime king with the cultivation base of a universe realm. Although this attack was quite effective and killed one of the old monsters of the universe realm, Yixian had paid a great price. The tide of time was completely destroyed in a short period of time. Unfortunately, it would have been better if he hadn't said so. Once he said so, it aroused suspicion. At the very least, the two old monsters of the human race clearly didn't believe him at all. As soon as Yixian finished speaking, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. But at the same time, they became even more vigilant. But they didn't dare to show it on their faces. Their faces twitched, and they laughed dryly at Yixian, trying to ease the atmosphere. "Young friend, you must be joking. Today's matter is really a misunderstanding." Yes. Why don't you put away this tide of time, young friend? Let's talk nicely. If there is any misunderstanding, we can sit down and talk in detail. While speaking, one of the old monsters pointed at the tide of time at Yixian's feet. His face was full of fear. Obviously, he was extremely afraid. Chapter 39:39. There were tides in time, and one tide lasted 10,000 years. 10 waves of golden tides represented the instant passage of 100,000 years. And this was the limit of an eternal realm old monster. If 10 waves of golden tides really surged over successively in a short period of time and flowed through his body, then even this blue pool fire elephant at the intermediate stage of the eternal realm would be partially crippled even if he didn't die. This was something that only he himself knew. How could anyone below the limits of an immortal realm old monster try to snatch it away? But at this moment, Blue Pool Fire Elephant Xianxia didn't mind at all and directly spoke of this point. It was precisely because he was certain in his heart that the same golden tide would absolutely not be able to blast 10 waves out of this golden starry sky. Great battle. There were already 5 waves earlier, and perhaps there would be more after that, but it would at most be 1 or 2 waves and not more than 2 waves. Even if another 2 waves really came, he would be able to resist it, and he would at most suffer some light injuries. At that time, once this golden great battle before him was silenced, then all the freaks of devil that stood on the golden battle pole, all the devil experts within the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor's star, and the ordinary clansmen would all die. They would all die because of his rage. Yes, as a lofty eternal realm old monster, he had indeed lost a great deal of face when he was reduced to such a sorry state during the previous 5 waves of golden tides. Moreover, all of this had come from the hands of Universe Realm Ant, and this was even more embarrassing and unbearable. If news of this were spread, he would even become the laughingstock of countless experts in the 3 Great Plains. But all of this didn't matter. These people before him were unable to escape death in the end. Even though he'd lost a great deal of face today, so long as he killed all the existences here in the end, this matter would similarly not spread. Even if news of this spread, wouldn't he have personally gotten back the face he'd lost in the end? Moreover, he'd gotten it back on the spot. A small loss of face, yet countless experts in the starry sky had fallen, and the entire devil race had paid the price for this. In this way, there was nothing to be embarrassed about. It could be said that at this moment, even though Blue Pool Fire Elephant Xianxia's tone seemed to still be calm, he was actually in a state of shock. It was even to the extent that he didn't care about the life and death of the 2 surviving human old monsters behind him at all. Otherwise, he would absolutely not speak up at this moment. Xianxia's words. It was as if he was afraid that the other party would stop here and not blast out the 6th wave of golden tide. On the one hand, Xianxia wanted to silence them. Since the entire demon race was going to be annihilated here today, there was no need for the 2 old monsters of the human race behind him to continue living. The entire star field would become a land of death today. On the other hand, the actions of the 2 old universe monsters of the human race trying to curry favor and make peace with Xianxia had made him extremely dissatisfied. He was even aggrieved and resentful. This had also fueled Xianxia's desire to kill them. The 2 old monsters of the human race pondered for a moment and understood everything. Indignation appeared on their faces, but they didn't dare to say anything. Otherwise, if they angered this old monster in front of them, he would turn around and destroy them with a slap. A sense of despair appeared on their faces. They had no doubt that the golden battle claw in front of them would not be able to blast out more golden tides. Even if there weren't 10 waves and only 6 waves, to them, death was already certain. However, the subsequent development of the matter was beyond everyone's expectations. At this time, everyone felt that Yi Xian's time claw definitely had the strength to continue the battle. 5 waves a time, tide wasn't the limit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so bold as to directly use it without any scruples and take the initiative to attack a terrifying old monster of the undying level. If he didn't have something to rely on, where did his confidence come from? However, everyone guessed wrong. Yi Xian did have something to rely on, but it wasn't the time claw. At this time, in the face of Fire Elephant Bluepool's provocation, he didn't have the slightest interest in putting on an act. He actually grinned, waved his hand, and put the colossal time claw under his feet, into his body. At this time, his gaze also fell on the 2 old monsters of the human race behind Fire Elephant Bluepool, who had been stunned for a long time. He said with a smile, "Since it's a misunderstanding, please leave now. I'm very amiable, and I don't kill the innocent. Next, I'm going to fight 300 rounds with this long-nosed friend. Looking at the state of your chi and blood, it's better if you don't join in the fun." What's going on? The 2 old monsters of the human race looked at each other, their expressions stunned and strange. But the more calm Yi Xian was, the less confident they were. It seemed that the terrifying golden battle claw just now wasn't the true foundation of this freak in front of them. Otherwise, how could he put away so easily? This was also consistent with the rumors. It was said that this monstrous genius of the demon human race that had recently appeared out of nowhere had several kinds of starry sky battle armors in his hands. Previously, they were skeptical, but now, that golden battle armors had proven everything. This guy definitely still had a backup plan. With this thought, the 2 old monsters of the human race at the universe level were instantly stunned. If they were in their peak condition, they naturally wouldn't be scared away like this. But now, their bodies were withered, their chi and blood had declined, and their battle power had been reduced by 80%. It would be difficult for them to recover in a short time. Even if they braced themselves and stayed, they would at most be delivering food. It was completely meaningless. Since that was the case, why take the risk and make such a meaningless sacrifice? Elder Shun, our battle power has been reduced by 80%. It's useless for us to stay. Yes, yes, yes. Why don't we cheer for Elder Shun from afar? Goodbye. Thinking of this, the 2 of them turned their heads and exchanged a look. They cupped their fists and bid farewell to Bluepool Fire Elephant Shun, roam in the void ahead. Then, without stopping, they transformed into 2 streams of light and shot into the distance without looking back. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a short breath. As Yi Xian waved his hand and put away the battle claw of time, the power of the starry sky time law that was stirred up by the battle claw of time disappeared along with it. The 2 old monsters of the human race had sensed this change and immediately turned to leave. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian, who was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, revealed a malevolent expression on his face just as Lan Zhe, the fire elephant Shenrong, was about to attack in a rage. Even his voice suddenly revealed a hint of madness. Long-nosed old monster, you're the one who forced this king today. Isn't it just a long-nosed old elephant at the immortal stage? Today, this king is going all out. Even if I have to pay a certain price, I will definitely kill you here. Screech! After saying this, Yi Xian raised his head and let out a screech. A violent roar came from his mouth. Demonic Ape True Body. First change of 9 demonic ape transformations. Chapter 3940. Second change of the 9 changes of the demonic ape. Third change of the 9 changes of the demonic ape. Fourth change of the 9 changes of the demonic ape. Long. Yi Xian, who had activated the true form of the demonic ape with 3 heads and 6 arms, roared in succession. In the blink of an eye, his body had soared to a height of 1,000,000 meters under the 4th change of the 9 changes of the demonic ape. In other words, he was only 300,000 meters tall, which was comparable to a star city. Since his body had soared so fast, even a void was rumbling because of the surging blood and qi in his body. He had only been a universe realm rank 1, but he had soared to Star Lord rank 5 in the blink of an eye. Even a living person wouldn't be able to transform so fast. The senior members of the royal family behind him were all petrified. As for the experts and ordinary people in the million battleships and the atmosphere of the 3 stars of the Nephilim Emperor, they were completely dumbfounded, as if they had been struck by lightning. They had thought that it was crazy enough for Mo Jiufeng, the royal brother of the royal family, to attack an immortal being as soon as he jumped out. However, it seemed that things weren't over yet. It was obvious that he was going to fight the enemy head-on. However, while the Star-Lord dared to fight an immortal being head-on, it wasn't as shocking as the information revealed by Yi Xian when he revealed the true form of the demonic ape. The true form of the demonic ape was the signature of the little primordial demonic ape. The little primordial demonic ape was actually young Master Hades and young Master Linghu. At that moment, Mo Jiufeng had activated his bloodline true form and performed an ability that only the little primordial demonic ape could have. What did it mean? What the F***CK? After all this time, the royal brother of the royal family, Mo Jiufeng, was actually young Master Linghu. There was an uproar inside and outside the 3 stars of the Nephilim Emperor. Even Shunrong, who was 1,000,000 kilometers away, was dumbfounded. As for the 2 human universe monsters, who had already shot tens of millions of miles away, they turned around upon hearing the sound. Their bodies trembled violently, and they were completely dumbfounded. Previously, there were 3 monstrous geniuses in one body. They were young Master Linghu, young Master Netherworld, and the primordial little demon ape. From the looks of it now, this was clearly the rhythm of 4 great monsters in one. And there was also the demon's royal brother, Mo Yifeng. This was definitely an explosive event. Apart from the current Devil Emperor Mo, Wen Tian, and a few high-ranking members of the Devil Imperial family who were in the know, everyone in the void of this star domain was stunned. Even Blue Pool Fire Elephant Shunrong, who had a terrifying cultivation base at the Immortal Realm, was caught off guard by this sudden scene. He was so shocked that his mind went blank. Shunrong stared dumbfoundedly at Yi Xian, who had now reached a height of 100,000 meters and was no weaker than his Blue Pool Fire Elephant Bloodline true body in terms of size. He opened his mouth wide and actually seemed to have lost his voice, and he was unable to recover from his shock for a long time. 2 seconds later, a heaven-shaking roar came from the mouth of the 300,000-meter-tall Blue Sea Fire Elephant. Linghu brat, I'd like to see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Today, I will definitely kill you. Moo! The last roar was made by the Blue Pool Fire Elephant almost at the top of its lungs. As this roar sounded, a large amount of blue flames gushed out from its body. This was the unique bloodline talent of this race of creatures. The name Blue Pool Fire Elephant came from this. At this time, his entire 100,000-meter-tall body was covered with large pieces of peeled skin and flesh. It was full of potholes and looked very ferocious. Although it was not injured at the root, its state was really very embarrassing. In this state, a large number of blue flames gushed out from its body. Under the contrast of each other, the image of the Blue Pool Fire Elephant became even more ferocious. There was also an indescribable, terrifying pressure, which was rapidly spreading with the appearance of these mysterious blue flames. It was like an invisible tide suddenly spreading out, and it was close to him in the blink of an eye. Even with Yi Xian's current 100,000-meter-tall body under the 4th transformation of the Devil Ape, it was filled with qi and blood. For a moment, he felt his entire body tighten, and he almost couldn't breathe. This was just the beginning. The immortal old monster was indeed extraordinary. Under his rage, the pressure would become stronger and stronger. In a short period of time, it would climb to an extreme. Although Yi Xian was 100,000 feet tall, his qi and blood were so abundant that it made one's hair stand on end. However, if nothing unexpected happened, he still wouldn't be able to withstand this terrifying pressure. As his aura rose, his body would explode, and he would die in at most a breath of time. There was no suspense at all. Although both sides were 100,000 meter tall, Yixian's cultivation realm was much weaker. They weren't on the same level at all. It was like the same size, but one side was light cotton wool and the other side was heavy metal. If they collided with each other, the result would be no doubt. What the cotton wool would face would be a complete crushing force. In just half an instant, Yixian was already unable to hold on. At first, the 100,000 meter tall devil ape true body only felt as if it had fallen into a swamp and was extremely sluggish. However, at this moment, it was as if there was a heavy mountain pressing down on his body, causing him to be unable to move. In the mouth of the three true bodies of flesh and blood, in an instant, he spat out a blood arrow. Rumble, puffed, boom! At the same time, in the void behind Yixian, similar popping sounds could be heard, and there were even sounds of bodies exploding. Following closely behind Yixian was a group of devil cultivator royal family upper echelons with cultivation above the universe realm. The Star-Lord old monsters were still fine. They only spat out blood, but the universe realm supreme experts were not so lucky. Although most of them had taken out some treasures to protect themselves, there were still a few universe realm supreme experts. Under this terrifying immortal pressure, their bodies exploded and they died. In addition, in the void further behind, of the millions of warships that densely covered a large area of the void, the 10,000 or so warships that bore the brunt of this immortal pressure were actually unable to withstand the crushing pressure of this immortal pressure. Rumbling sounds of explosions rang out. At least 10,000 warships of various types directly exploded at this moment, turning into huge fireballs that decorated this area of the void, showing a cruel brilliance of blood and fire. But this was still only the beginning. In the void hundreds of thousands of miles away, the expression of the 100,000-meter tall blue sea fire elephant became more and more ferocious. This was not even his peak state. In less than half a breath, this group of ants had already been unable to withstand it. This scene made him feel extremely comfortable, a kind of delightful and comfortable feeling. After a breath, his immortal pressure would reach its true peak state. At this moment, the blue sea fire elephant was looking forward to it. He really wanted to see how many of these ants in the void in front of him could still struggle at death's door under his peak pressure. Chapter 39:41. Screech. Raising his head and roaring angrily, Yixian's body suddenly released a shocking force. Boom! At this moment, all the changes in the sea of consciousness were mixed together and turned into a huge roar, causing Yixian's consciousness to become hazy, and he almost subconsciously raised his left arm. Immediately thereafter, brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from the empty left palms of the three true bodies, and a golden bow that was in the form of energy appeared in their hands. It was the small golden bow that hung above Yixian's sea of consciousness, representing the ancient Wuxia bloodline inheritance of the heaven-falling bow divine ability. In the middle of the bow was a two-headed monster. Its wide open mouth was facing up and down, while the upper and lower parts of the bow were two humanoid creatures with their bodies bowed. The two-headed monster's wide open mouth swallowed the two humanoid creatures' feet and a part of their calves, and the bow was connected to each other. Their heads were raised in pain, and their mouths were where the bowstring was. Their hands were around their mouths, as if they were howling, and their expressions were inexplicably strange. With the activation of the heaven-falling bow divine ability, Yixian's huge bloodline true body surged with an invisible and terrifying force, protecting his body, and he was no longer affected by the immortal pressure in the opposite void. What? This is... In fact, at the same time this giant bow appeared, the immortal old monster, Shenrong, in the opposite void, had already cried out in alarm. At this moment, he felt a sense of life and death crisis suddenly rise in his heart, and with his immortal realm cultivation strength, he actually felt that no matter how he dodged, he could not avoid it. His intuition was gone. The immortal pressure that was originally leaking out of his body was interrupted at this moment and stopped abruptly. As a result, the upper echelons of the demon royal family behind Yixian, as well as the million warship army, finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if relieved of a heavy burden. It was also at this time that the giant golden bow in Xianxia's hand changed again. A bowstring formed by countless fine golden threads was connected to the two wide mouths of the humanoid creatures, and then a golden energy arrow appeared on the bowstring. At this time, Xian's eyes burst with a strange golden brilliance. He stretched out his right hand and directly pinched the bowstring of the giant energy bow in his left hand, holding the energy arrow, and slowly pulled it. At this moment, all the power in Xian's body, the power of spirit origin, the power of divine sense cultivation, and even the unknown mysterious aura of the void marrow crystal in his sea of consciousness, all rushed to the right hand of the three true bodies and entered the golden heaven-falling arrow, causing golden light to shine brightly and power rapidly rising. Wong, the buzzing sound of energy trembling to the extreme, suddenly sounded. At this moment, the void around Xian's body seemed to have an invisible wave, as if the arrow was only in the bowstring state, but the aura it emitted had already affected the void. Roar! At this moment, the strong sense of crisis that the blue fire elephant, Shunrong, sensed suddenly became stronger. The cold penetrated to the bone, causing its body to tremble. It subconsciously twisted its giant head and looked in the direction of Xian. Its heart was enlightened, and it roared out, "Heaven-falling bow! This is the heaven-falling bow! You're Long Xian, young Master Linghu, young Master Netherworld, little primordial demon ape, imperial brother Mo, Jinfeng, and Prince Xianyu were actually 5 great monsters in one body? But so what? The heaven-falling bow of the primordial Yuxia's bloodline is indeed extraordinary, but unfortunately, you are still too weak. This arrow may be able to kill a realm master, but can't even kill an old monster of the universe. I am an immortal. You can't shake it. Roar!" The blue fire elephant almost roared out the last sentence. The immortal pressure in its body rose again against the sense of crisis of the heaven-falling bow on its back. What about now? Xian did not move. His left hand held the bow, his right hand pulled the bowstring, and his mouth let out a roar again. Roar! Screech! A dragon's roar and a ghost howl sounded at the same time. At this moment, the small netherworld claw and the black gold dragon scale in his sea of consciousness also trembled at the same time. A large amount of origin energy was extracted, causing them to fall into a dim and weak state. And the extracted energy all flowed through the left arm of the flesh and blood body into the heaven-falling bow. A gigantic, demonic dragon suddenly appeared above the bow. It circled around the bow and glared at Bluepool's fire elephant, Shunrong. In the blink of an eye, even this corner of the void seemed to be flickering. There was also an invisible, mysterious force that restrained the blue fire elephant's body. It was as if this gaze could confine the void. Then, the gigantic, demonic dragon phantom once again plunged into the golden bow and disappeared. Immediately after, a dark green netherworld claw appeared with a bang as Xian's right hand pulled the string. As soon as it descended, it transformed into an incomparably sinister skeleton head. It fiercely glared at the blue sea fire elephant that was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away in the air, and its killing intent burst forth. Then it plunged into the bowstring that was still being pulled. Netherworld claw, seeing the light in peace. This is impossible. This is clearly the demonic dragon, Candle Dragon's, most powerful ability. In the opposite void, the blue fire elephant, Shunrong, exclaimed in shock. Although he was not a creature of the primordial era, he knew some things about the past from the secret books of his clan. Whether it was the heaven-falling bow, the netherworld claw, or the demonic dragon phantom, they were all the most powerful bloodline abilities of the primordial era supreme. Xian had the netherworld body and could use the netherworld claw. The heaven-falling bow was Prince Xian's trademark. The big clans and top forces in the 3 major planes had long known about this creation. But now, he, who was one of the 5 great monsters, suddenly manifested the bloodline ability of the primordial era demonic dragon candle dragon. This was simply unbelievable. Ruthless. Linghu, I have to say, you are indeed the only supreme monster I've seen in my tens of thousands of years. You can actually fuse the most powerful bloodline abilities of the primordial era supreme with your own body. This time, after the blue fire elephant Shenrong raised his head and roared, his tone was actually filled with emotion. However, that ferocious expression was still the same, and his killing intent was even stronger. Unfortunately, you have not grown up yet. Although you have many powerful abilities, you are limited by your own cultivation base and strength, so you're unable to unleash their original power, the power that you should have. This arrow, after adding the bloodline power of the primordial netherworld and the primordial demonic dragon, has indeed increased its power explosively. It is no longer a problem for it to kill the old monsters of the universe. You can be proud of yourself. With your universe realm cultivation base, you can actually use so many methods and finally shoot an arrow that can kill the old monsters of the universe. I dare not say that this is unprecedented, but it is definitely unprecedented. Chapter 3942. Boom! Rumble. As the blue pool fire elephant Shun Rong's immortal power rose again, Yixian was not affected by it because of the protection of the fallen sky bow. However, in the void behind him, nearly 10,000 of the millions of battleships in formation exploded in the blink of an eye, turning into huge balls of fire. Balls of fire illuminated the void. As for the upper echelons of the demon royal family, including the current demon Emperor Mo Wentian, they had already retreated to the back. A confrontation of this level was too terrifying, and they could not interfere at all. It was better to retreat to the back and make other arrangements. Everything should end now. Shenrong spoke again. This time, it was like a murmur, as if he wanted to use these words to bury this peerless monster. You do have the power to deter those below the immortal level, but in the end, you can only stop here. Immortal, you are destined to be unshakable. Is that so? Just now, it was not enough. What about now? Yixian sneered and did not hesitate anymore. Before he finished speaking, he had already activated the power of the last two treasures in his sea of consciousness. Shenong Cauldron, Raidi Seal. There were already a total of 9 objects hovering above his sea of consciousness. Surrounding him were 7 small objects: Spiritual Source Core, Void Marrow Crystal, Fallen Sky Bow, Black Gold Dragon Scale, Netherworld Claw, Immemorial Little Demon Ape, and the simple tortoise shell that he had just entered not long ago. These 7 small objects represented the ancient powers and bloodlines that Yixian had obtained, as well as his cultivation power, spiritual power, and so on. Now, all of them had been activated, and their power had been integrated into the giant golden bow in his left arm. Now, the Raidi Seal and Shenong Cauldron that had been activated were in the center of his sea of consciousness. Just this position alone was enough to explain the problem. These 2 treasures were even more powerful and terrifying. In an instant, the giant golden bow in Yixian's left arm had changed again. Boom! A strange 4-colored flame rose up and enveloped the entire giant golden bow. The mysterious flame flowed along the body of the bow. In the end, as if it had a mind of its own, it all converged toward the energy arrow that was still in the process of being drawn. A layer of strange 4-colored flames expanded and expanded on the arrow, and the invisible pressure instantly increased by a large margin. But this was not the end. Zilala! The crisp sound of lightning rang out. The giant golden bow in Yixian's left arm was suddenly filled with streaks of green gold lightning. In the end, they all gathered together and surged toward the energy arrow on the bowstring. Moreover, they all gathered at the front of the arrow. In an instant, it caused the arrowhead of this terrifying arrow to be suffused with boundless green gold, lightning, and lightning. It stretched and retracted like a venomous snake flicking its tongue, and it caused one to feel a chill at the sight of it. At this point, the invisible pressure of this arrow had already reached its peak. Apart from the headless corpse of the infant, almost all of Yixian's trump cards have been gathered into one arrow. At this moment, not only was the arrow already on the string, it was ready to be fired. This is impossible. In the void hundreds of thousands of miles away on the opposite side, Blue Pool Fire Elephant Shenrong, who was 100,000 feet in size, finally changed his expression and let out a shocked cry for the first time. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of life and death crisis. If the power of the arrow on the giant golden bow in Yixian's hand could only kill the old monster of the universe and cause a certain amount of damage to him before. But now, Blue Pool Fire Elephant Shenrong had no doubt that once this arrow was shot, he would definitely die here today. After all, it was the most powerful bloodline ability of a top Desolate Supreme. In the past, the Desolate Ancient Xianxia had paid a huge price to shoot this arrow, and it was even close to a meteor burying a large area of the desolate ancient sky. In fact, when Yixian's cultivation was still very weak, when he was in the ancient desolate cage that was connected to the Forbidden Valley in the inner city of the Demon Emperor, shooting an arrow with all his might was already enough to cause the incomplete Heavenly Eye clone in the ancient desolate cage to be dazed for a moment. If not for this, the headless corpse of the infant, who had not yet recovered his strength and was still very weak, would definitely not have been able to take the opportunity to severely injure the incomplete Heavenly Eye clone and win a chance for Yixian and himself to escape successfully. Now, after his cultivation and strength had risen to such a level, Yixian had already locked onto Blue Pool Fire Elephant Shenrong with the power of the heaven-falling bow after using all of his means. There was no longer any possibility of him tearing through the void to escape. This almost doomed him to the final outcome of this arrow today. Young friend, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. Everything today is a freaking misunderstanding. If there's something, let's sit down and talk about it slowly. Finally, Shenrong's voice also became trembling. When a true life and death crisis descended, even an immortal realm expert could only tremble. The fear was even greater than the fear of complete annihilation of an ordinary Starry Sky master, because everything came too hard for them. After tens of thousands of years of bitter cultivation, who would be willing to be destroyed and annihilated in a single day? A misunderstanding? Yixian's eyes flashed. He sighed and then suddenly shouted, "Unfortunately, the arrow is already on the string. It has to be released." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out. At this moment, Yixian directly released his right hand that was holding onto the golden energy arrow. The energy arrow, which was already filled with the power of the bowstring, instantly shot out. Even the void was torn apart. Golden arrows shot out. Suddenly, a black wave like a tail flame appeared behind him. In the void in front of him, a bright and dazzling golden light suddenly appeared. A golden arrow shot out at a speed that surpassed time and space. In an instant, it rushed to the end of the boundless void. Along the way, it destroyed everything. Even the void of the Milky Way was cut in two. The power of this arrow seemed to want to destroy the sky and shatter the dome of heaven. Even the void showed signs of being torn apart. In the next moment, the bright golden light in the eyes of the three true forms of the devil ape suddenly dimmed. The power of the entire body seemed to be drained in an instant. The devil ape true form was quickly dispelled. Yixian was forced to return to his human form. The huge golden energy bow that was originally in his left hand also quietly disappeared at this moment. It turned back into a small golden bow that was only the size of a thumb and hung in his sea of consciousness. And Yixian's consciousness also fell into an extremely weak state at this moment. "No, I can't accept this." Screech, as the three true bodies released their right hands, this arrow, which had a terrifying aura that made one's hair stand on end, shot out with a loud boom. Blue Pool Fire Elephant Shenrong, who was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away in the void, started to tremble uncontrollably. An earth-shattering roar and violent howl resounded through this part of the world. Chapter 3943. Home. There was an earth-shattering explosion. In the distance, the space within a radius of 1,000 miles was almost shattered. A miniature black hole appeared, and endless space turbulence surged in all directions, shocking all the great beings inside and outside the three-star void space of the Devil Emperor. This arrow consumed all of Yi Xian's foundation and energy. When it transformed into a terrifyingly powerful arrow that shot out, not only did it seal a corner of the void, it also firmly locked the immortal realm old monster blue pool fire elephant Shenrong in place, unable to escape. Moreover, when the giant golden arrow was still tens of thousands of miles away from the giant body, the invisible shockwave had already peeled off all the flesh and blood of the giant bloodline true body like leaves in a gale. In less than half an instant, when the main body of the energy arrow was in front of him, there was only a golden skeleton left of Blue Pond Fire Elephant Shenrong. An undying great being had fallen. But this was not the end. Immediately after, the golden arrow with the terrifying aura crashed down, and the entire golden skeleton, along with the corner of the void space with a radius of 1,000 miles, was instantly annihilated. A powerful immortal realm old monster was completely annihilated. He was killed by Yi Xian's terrifying arrow to the point that not even a strand of hair was left behind. It was definitely an instant kill. All of this happened too quickly. It only took a breath from start to finish. In the distant void space, the two human universe monsters who were still moving forward heard the huge explosion behind them and subconsciously turned to look. What they saw was Blue Pond Fire Elephant Shenrong, who was still alive and kicking a moment ago, had his entire bloodline true body completely blown up. Along with it, the void space within a radius of 1,000 miles was shattered, inch by inch. They did not see the scene when Yi Xian took out the fallen skybow. At that time, they had turned around and fled. They had lost too much energy and blood, and their bodies were bent. Their only thought was to flee as far away as possible before the battle started, so as not to be implicated. Hence, the two of them missed the most exciting and most terrifying scene. Therefore, they only knew that Mo Jinfeng was young Master Linghu, young Master Netherworld, and a little primordial devil ape, but they didn't know that they were all Prince Xian. In this battle, Yi Xian had revealed many of his trump cards. It was to the extent that Shenrong had found out the shocking truth behind the 5 monstrous geniuses before his death. However, Shenrong had already fallen, quietly vanishing with this shocking news. And now, the two human universe monsters who were still alive only knew the truth of the 4 freaks being in one body. At this moment, seeing an immortal realm old monster die in an instant, the two old men were scared out of their wits. Is this still a King human? Run, run. In their panic, the two of them didn't hesitate any longer and didn't dare stay here any longer. They directly tore through space and dragged their weak and exhausted bodies along as they took a step forward and fled like rats. Only then did the upper echelons of the Imperial Demon Clan come back to their senses. The Devil King Mo Wuxia immediately issued a series of orders. All clansmen are strictly prohibited from leaking the details of this battle. Violators will be beheaded. Immediately dispatch the fortress army and activate the space compaction device at full force to repair the space. From today onwards, the entire Imperial Demon Clan is fully prepared for war. Hearing the words of the current Devil King Mo Wuxia, Yi Xian's heart immediately relaxed. At this moment, he was indeed worried that Prince Xian's identity would be leaked. However, now it seemed that the two human universe monsters hadn't seen him take out the fallen skybow, and the Devil King Mo Wuxia had thought of this at the first moment. Presumably, in order to deal with this matter, he would carry out some kind of arrangement with the great beings of the Imperial Demon Clan within and outside the 3 stars of the Imperial Demon Clan to ensure that Prince Xian's identity wouldn't be leaked. In that case, there was nothing to worry about. Look after the Devil Emperor planet for now. This young master needs to leave for a while. I should be back in a few days. Nodding at the Devil King Mo Wuxia, Xian immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability and disappeared in a flash. This scene fell into the eyes of the commander of the Imperial Demon Clan Guards, Chanas, who was in the command cabin on the top floor of a large fortress in the void behind. His gaze froze, and he muttered to himself, "Disappeared again, just like that? There wasn't any space energy fluctuation. What kind of method is this? The secrets on this brat, there are so many." Xiao! A faint sound of breaking through the air rang out, and Xian's figure suddenly appeared. This was the black hole of life, not far from the Imperial Demon Clan Star Domain. As soon as his figure appeared, Xian staggered in the void. He was too weak. This time he had used almost all his trump cards. At this moment, an endless sense of weakness and powerlessness surged in his body. Even the 9 little items that were suspended above his consciousness that represented his cultivation, bloodline, and remarkable ability had dimmed. They had dimmed considerably. If it weren't for the fact that his physical body and chi had already reached the realm of the almighty master of heaven and earth, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on until he activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability and arrived at the black hole of life. The reason why Xian came here was to practice in seclusion. On the one hand, he wanted to recover his strength. On the other hand, he wanted to take this opportunity to see if he could encounter that kind of opportunity again. While recovering his cultivation strength, he wanted to see if he could break through again. With a wave of his hand, Xian took out the Shinnong Cauldron and stepped into it. Then, he activated the internal field of the Shinnong Cauldron and hid it from view. When his figure reappeared, Xian was already in the space inside the Shinnong Cauldron. He was at the bottom plane in the heart of the volcano in the central region. This time, in order to shoot that terrifying arrow of immortal annihilation, Xian had injected all kinds of energy into the fallen sky bow in his left hand. At this moment, he was in a state of deficit in all directions. Fortunately, he had countless resources in his hands. In order to recover as soon as possible, Xian waved his hand and took out a large amount of star core, origin, and multi-pupil sense crystals from his undying world. He directly handed them to the devouring system to absorb the energy and inject them into his body. At the same time, he took out a large amount of netherworld furnace lotion and wrapped his body, as well as the innate chilling spirit liquid, a small amount of hellish ant liquid, and 2 drops of all evil origin liquid. Finally, after a moment of hesitation, Xian gritted his teeth and cut off a large piece of the flesh and blood of the primordial great master purple gold void wrapped from a sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. After roasting it until it was golden and dripping with oil, he immediately ate it heartily. He began to eat. This was the flesh and blood of the primordial great master. It contained endless essence, energy, and was the best nourishment in this state of deficit. Chapter 3944. After an unknown period of time, when Xian opened his eyes again, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu tactics. Current realm. Rank 2 Universe Realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body chi and blood. Current realm. Rank 2 Universe Realm. Rank 2 Universe Realm. Moreover, it was the cultivation of the ancient Dongshu tactics, and the realm of the physical body chi and blood had both entered Rank 2 Universe Realm. This time, Xian had indeed encountered the opportunity of breaking through and building up again. In a situation where the foundation energy in his body was almost depleted to the point of exhaustion, he had made up for it in a short period of time and finally raised his cultivation level again. The potential shackles of his physical body had also been torn apart a little bit, causing the strength of his chi and blood to increase greatly. Breakthrough at the same time. Enjoy. Xian's consciousness quickly entered his sea of consciousness. What he saw made his heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally relax completely. This time, in order to kill the immortal-level blue sea fire elephant with 1 arrow, Xian had added a terrifying amount of energy to the energy arrow of the fallen sky bow. In addition to his own cultivation level, the strength of his physical body chi and blood, as well as his mental strength, he had fully activated the several small objects in his sea of consciousness that represented the primordial age and bloodline inheritance, and extracted energy from them. When the arrow was shot, the black gold dragon scales and the dark green netherworld claw had all become extremely dim. Xian was worried that some irreversible damage would be caused because of this. But now it seemed that everything had returned to normal. Of course, this was also because he had used a large amount of top-grade resources to make up for it. If it were other people, where would they find the top-grade Hellish Ant liquid, Nether liquid, innate chilling spirit liquid, Netherworld furnace lotion, and all evil elixir? While sighing, Xian suddenly felt that something was not quite right. Previously, he had thought that this time's closed-door training was over because the blazing and rolling energy river formed by swallowing a large amount of top-grade resources in his body had nourished his physical body and his cultivation level, as well as his sea of consciousness. After making up for it, the few small objects had all disappeared. But at this moment, when his heart suddenly relaxed, he discovered that although the energy river seemed to have disappeared, his entire body was still burning hot, and there was a slight tingling sensation in his meridians. This was clearly a sign that the medicinal efficacy of those top-grade resources had not completely dissipated yet. Don't tell me there are more? This is the 15th major realm. Isn't it a little too exaggerated to break through 2 minor realms in succession? As he muttered to himself, Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. However, the effects of the various resources in his body had not been completely refined, so he could not stop here. He could only sit cross-legged again, closed his eyes, and concentrated. Very soon, he entered the state of seclusion again and began to clear the remnants of the medicinal power in his meridians. Bottom refinement. Half a day later, when Xian opened his eyes for the second time, the familiar sound of the system notification rang out once more. The unexpected breakthrough had actually come once more. Ding! Congratulations to host for achieving a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu formula. Current realm. Rank 3 universe. Ding! Congratulations to host. You have achieved a breakthrough in your physical body's chi and blood realm. Current realm. Rank 3 universe. Rank 3 universe realm. That was the peak of the early universe state. Xian had just become a universe state expert. Who could have foreseen that he would reach the middle phase of the universe state in such a short time? Xian's overall combat ability had obviously soared again after the 2 consecutive realms in terms of cultivation and physical strength. After his original body had entered the 15th major realm and become a universe state expert, according to Xian's deduction, the growth of his strength should still be 2 to 1 when he activated the true form of the ancient demonic ape. When his original body was in the first level of the universe state, the true form of the ancient demonic ape was in the first level of the Star-Lord state. Now that his original body had improved by 2 levels and reached the 3rd level of the universe state, the true form of the ancient demonic ape had also improved by 1 level, which meant that he would reach the 2nd level of the Star-Lord state. Adding on the first 4 transformations of the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape, each of them increased his combat strength by a small level. Once Xian entered the 3-headed, 6-armed Devil Ape true body state and used the 4th transformation, his peak combat strength would reach the terrifying 6th level of the Star-Lord realm, which was the peak of the middle stage of the Star-Lord realm. One more step, and he would reach the advanced phase of the Star-Lord state. This was definitely of extraordinary significance, but after a short moment of excitement, Xian's mood quickly fell to the bottom, because he once again thought of the problem of the level 16 liquid. Once he reached the pinnacle of the 9th order, he would need to consume the level 16 liquid. Otherwise, even though the Dongshu ancient formula would still be able to advance in his cultivation, his physical body and blood chi realm would remain stagnant if nothing went wrong. Now, the perfect state of synchronization between the chi, blood, and cultivation of the physical body would be broken. Xian's evolution would once again change from taking large strides with his 2 legs to staggering forward with 1 leg. At that moment, Yi Xian had already reached the 3rd level of the universe state in terms of physical strength, which was only 6 levels away from the peak of the 9th level of the universe state. After another 6 breakthroughs, this kind of awkward situation would be placed right in front of him, and there would be no way to avoid it. No, I can't delay it any longer. Thinking of this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows as a bright light shot out from his eyes. This time, although Prince Xian's identity was not exposed, it can be considered a great fortune in misfortune. However, the identity of the devil cultivator imperial brother, Emo Yufeng, was exposed because of this. Young Master Linghu, young Master Hades, and the primordial demonic ape all have a lot of old debts. I wasn't afraid of them before, because they were all loners. Those guys wouldn't be able to retaliate, even if they wanted to. But this time is different. Mo Jinfeng's identity has been exposed, and the 4 geniuses are one. Some old creditors will definitely come to pick a fight with the demons. The entire race of demons is right there, and there's no way they can escape. I'm afraid that there will be a lot of trouble in the future. This has nothing to do with the demons in the first place. If anyone dares to provoke us, I have the obligation to beat them until no one dares to come back. The Thousand Luo Federation, in particular, has lost an immortal state expert this time. They won't let this go easily. If they attack again, it won't be as simple as an immortal state expert. Under such circumstances, this young master's cultivation strength will definitely not remain stagnant. On the contrary, I must continue to make breakthroughs and rapidly grow stronger. Chapter 39:45. It had only been a day since Yi Xian left the Demon Emperor planet and entered the life black hole to begin his closed-door cultivation. This time, the Federation Senate had lost an immortal elder in the demon territory, as well as Linghu Young Master, Netherworld Young Master, Primordial Little Demon Ape, and Demon Emperor Brother Emo Jinfeng. It would take at least a few more days to see the follow-up reaction. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to take advantage of this opportunity to stay in the life black hole and the Shinnong cauldron to concoct the level 16 liquid first. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would not have time to concentrate on this matter in the future. At that time, once his cultivation strength stagnated, he was afraid that he would fall into an extremely passive situation. Although it was not easy to concoct the level 16 liquid, Yi Xian was at least half done now. Previously, he had used the flesh and blood of a Luan foam from a quasi-desolation era mighty figure. After being carefully refined by the Shinnong 4-colored flame, he turned it into a round ball that emitted green and red light. This round ball that appeared in the form of a slurry was only a foot in diameter. It was the flesh and blood of a huge Luan foam, broken the chains of order, and reassembled. After being carefully refined by the Shinnong 4-colored flame, the chains of order in the flesh and blood of this Luan foam completely collapsed. At the moment when its body disappeared, a small flesh black hole appeared in the green and red slurry ball as if it was completely collapsing. From this, one could see that this slurry ball was a slurry. How terrifying was the energy contained in this ball! And this was only the first step of concocting the flesh and blood medicine. Yi Xian only got a semi-finished product that time, which could not be considered a real flesh and blood medicine. But now, if he wanted to concoct a true flesh and blood medicine, even if it was only a level 16 liquid at the beginning, he still had a long way to go. Yi Xian would use this flesh and blood medicine as a foundation, then add in all sorts of rare heavenly and earthly treasures, as well as other resources, and mix them time and time again before finally obtaining them. Finally, this process required him to painstakingly explore and deduce. After all, no one had ever concocted a level 16 liquid before. Yi Xian still had a lot of work to do. It was like opening up a new path that no one had ever walked before. At that time, Yi Xian had used the 4-colored flames of Shinnong to easily divide the lump of flesh and blood that was about a foot in diameter into 100 portions. Then, he took out 100 small storage boxes made of chalcedony crystals and put the 100 portions of green-red flesh and blood the size of an egg into each chalcedony crystal. Inside the crystal box, The 100 portions of blood and flesh medicine represented 100 chances to refine the basic blood and flesh medicine. If he failed, he would have to refine the basic blood and flesh medicine again from the beginning. Swish! At this moment, as Yi Xian waved his hand, one of the 100 crystal boxes was taken out from his undying world. As the crystal box opened, an egg-sized bottle of green-red blood essence serum floated out. Its surface was enshrouded in a mysterious halo that was incomparably dazzling. There were also countless tiny runes that appeared and disappeared on its surface, making it appear mysterious and extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian carefully reviewed the formula of the level 16 liquid that the system had deduced earlier. Living Spirit Bamboo Melon, 10,000-year Hidden Dragon Mushroom, Immortal Star Purple Flame Grass, Spirit Restriction Dew, Demon Frost Powder, 10,000-year Sea Flame Crystal, Immortal Star Clothes Flying Sand Eggs. These were all top-grade rare resources. Even though Yi Xian had robbed, extorted, and demanded ransom time and time again, he had only barely managed to gather the various top-grade heavenly treasures required to concoct the level 16 and 17 liquids. Moreover, the quantity was not large and could not withstand his torment. Therefore, Yi Xian appeared to be very cautious. Although he had 100 sets of flesh and blood medicinal slurry, and even the all-evil origin liquid that strengthened the medicinal effects and guaranteed the success rate, he had far more than 100 sets. However, he didn't have that many crucial heavenly and earthly treasures. At most, he could only barely gather 17 or 18 portions of the heavenly treasures required to concoct the level 16 and 17 liquids. In other words, Yi Xian actually only had 16 or 17 chances to try concocting the level 16 liquid this time. If he failed all of them, it would really be a tragedy. Carrying the anxiety in his heart, Yi Xian took a deep breath. With a wave of his hand, he took out a portion of the heavenly treasures that he had prepared according to the formula that the system had deduced. It floated in front of him and exuded an extraordinary aura. Immediately after, a wisp of Shinong's 4-colored flames shot out from the volcanic flame pool not far ahead. With a sweep, it enveloped all the top-grade medicinal herbs, crystals, and other heavenly treasures that were suspended in front of Yi Xian and began to condense and purify them. During this process, Yi Xian concentrated and did not dare to be distracted at all. This was because every portion of the heavenly treasures for the level 16 liquid was too precious. It was almost impossible to collect all of them now. At least, it was impossible to do so in the short term. 2 hours later, all the heavenly treasures had melted and turned into a ball of green liquid the size of an egg. What Yi Xian needed to do now was to fuse this ball of green liquid with the same volume of blood and flesh medicine. Finally, he needed to add a drop of all evil origin liquid to guarantee success and a 10% boost. The level 6 nether liquid could only be concocted after the 4 perfectly matched and fused into one. The level 16 liquid would be considered to have been successfully concocted. In other words, Yi Xian still needed to do 2 more steps. The first was to fuse the green liquid with the blood and flesh medicine, then add a drop of all evil origin liquid and a drop of nether liquid. After that, he had to perfectly fuse the mixture of these 4 ingredients into one. At this point, the level 16 liquid was complete. These 2 small steps were crucial. Yi Xian did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Soon, a drop of all evil origin liquid and a drop of nether liquid that had been refined by the Shinong 4-colored flames were taken out of Yi Xian's undying world and suspended in the air in front of him. Then, with a thought, these 2 drops of priceless top-notch resources slowly drifted toward the egg-sized blood and flesh medicine paste that he had already prepared. At the same time, the ball of green plant essence, which was also the size of an egg, drifted over as well. The 4 ingredients were quickly gathered together. In that instant, Yi Xian's heart leaped into his throat. His consciousness was pushed to the limit and the mind source core in his brain was overloaded. His consciousness and mind power were both used to the maximum as he carefully controlled this ball of mixture and carried out the final fusion. Once he succeeded, it would mean that the level 16 liquid would be born. ZZZT. ZZZ. In the next instant, as these four substances converged and fused, the surface of a newly formed mixture burst forth with a dazzling brilliance. It was so bright that Xianxia's gaze froze. He subconsciously closed his eyes as his heart pounded. Chapter 3946. His first attempt was a failure in the end. At the last moment, the all-evil origin fluid, the nether liquid, the blood medicine paste, and the green essence of plants, which had been fused together by Xian with his consciousness, exploded completely at the moment when they were about to be fused. They turned into a violent energy that spread out in the flatland at the bottom of the volcano in the central domain. Although he was a bit disappointed, this failure was within Xian's expectations. A level 16 liquid wasn't a level 15 liquid. It was already impossible to concoct a traditional medicine concoction method. One had to first refine a flesh and blood paste as the base of the medicine in order to have a chance of success. It was obvious how precious it was. It would be unrealistic to succeed in one try. After all kinds of top-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures were placed there. Just that small canister of flesh and blood medicine was extremely extraordinary. It was the flesh and blood of a quasi-primordial almighty expert. After shattering the inherent chains of order, it was then extracted from the impurities of the past. It was obtained. Besides, the nether liquid and the all-evil origin fluid were added later. If it were not for the fact that they were in the space inside the Shinnon cauldron and the field of order of the whole world could be controlled by Xian's thoughts, he might have been injured when the explosion caught him off guard. However, none of that was a problem now. As Xian's thoughts moved, an invisible force appeared under the power of the field of order of the Shinnon cauldron. In less than half an instant, it enveloped the explosion and compressed it into a green ball the size of an egg. A blue ball. Unfortunately, the energy inside was too violent to be absorbed. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures that had been consumed because of it had been completely wasted. Even if he did not refine the level 16 liquid, it was no longer possible to use it as a top heavenly materials and earthly treasure to absorb the energy. It's a pity to throw it away just like that. It's better to keep it. I'll deal with all the failed explosions in this way, gather them together, and compress them. While he was mumbling to himself, Xian's eyes glittered. He seemed to be eager to try it out. In that case, as many little drops make a mickle, the final compressed energy will be extremely terrifying. It will be better to use it as a one-time consumable explosive magical equipment. At least it won't be a waste. And so the matter was happily decided. After this matter was resolved, Xian quickly began his second concoction. Swish! The second concoction began. With a wave of his hand, Xian retrieved another portion of the blood and flesh medicine from the 100 crystal boxes. When the crystal box opened, a green-red blood and flesh medicine the size of an egg floated out, followed closely by the life transformation jade bamboo melon and the 10,000-year hidden dragon Ganoderma, as well as immortal rank flying sand egg and other top-notch heaven and earth treasures. After that, he endured his heartache and took out a drop of all-evil origin liquid and a drop of nether liquid that had been condensed by the Shinnon four-colored flames. They floated in the air in front of him. After a short while, these two drops of priceless top-notch resources slowly drifted toward the egg-sized blood and flesh medicine paste that had been prepared long ago. The same went for the egg-sized green plant essence that was also the same size as the egg-sized green plant essence. The most critical part had arrived. Xian's heart was in his throat again. His consciousness was pushed to the limit, and the mental source core in his brain was overloaded. He carefully controlled the mixture and carried out the final fusion. Z. Very quickly, as the four substances converged and fused, the surface of a newly formed fused substance instantly emitted a dazzling brilliance, just like before. These different top-grade substances were rapidly fusing together. Once they succeeded, the level 16 liquid would be in their hands. Although Xian hadn't expected to succeed in his first attempt, when he failed at the last step, he wasn't too concerned even though he was a little disappointed. However, this was his second attempt, so it would be a lie to say that Xian hadn't expected to succeed. After all, he only had a dozen or so top-grade heaven and earth treasures that were required to concoct the level 16 and level 17 liquids. With each failure, the pressure in his heart grew heavier. This would affect his state of mind to a certain extent. The first few failures were fine, but after 5 failures, it would affect his state of mind. As a result, there would be many uncertainties in the subsequent concoctions. Therefore, it would be even more difficult to succeed after 5 failures. Moreover, the closer he got to 5 failures, the lower his chances of success would be. With this kind of anxiety, Xian carefully used his divine sense and mental strength to control as steadily as possible, guiding the 4 different resources that had already gathered together to carry out the final perfect fusion. Soon, nearly 2 hours passed. During this process, the small ball formed by the gathering of 4 top-grade resources had a sizzling energy halo on its surface, causing Xian's heart to tremble slightly. However, the final result allowed him to completely heave a sigh of relief. Buzz! After a continuous sizzling sound, the small ball suddenly let out a trembling sound. At this time, Xian also came to a realization. The level 16 liquid had finally been successfully concocted. When he focused his gaze, a round sphere the size of a vermilion fruit was floating in the air around 3 m away from him. It was obviously liquid, and its color was azure blue and extremely pure. Its surface was suffused with a layer of azure blue light that revealed violet light, and there seemed to be countless obscure talisman markings that were flickering in and out, repeating over and over again. Although this spherical green-blue liquid was not eye-catching, if one were to carefully observe it, one would discover that there were actually countless energy runes flickering within it. They appeared quickly and disappeared even faster. However, they continued to give off an aura that seemed to be able to draw one's mind into it. This scene was like a strange phenomenon. It was extremely shocking and inconceivable. However, if one were to think about it carefully, it would be understandable if a grand expert in the 15th level of the universe could break another major shackle of human potential through that small ball of blue liquid, allowing them to evolve and become a Star-Lord. Boom! Boom! Just as Xian's eyes were blank as he stared blankly at the blue liquid in front of him that was only the size of pearl fruit, a series of rumbling sounds suddenly came from the sky above the volcano in the central region. It was extremely dull, like the sound of thunder. Stunned, Xian raised his head out of reflex, only to soon widen his mouth. Chapter 39:47. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous explosions sounded, extremely dull, like the roar of thunder. In the sky above the Xianxia Cauldron volcano, a large black thundercloud suddenly gathered. It was clearly a sign that a lightning tribulation was about to descend. The weird tribulation cloud was not affected by the order field of the Xianxia Cauldron. It directly locked onto Xian, who was inside the cauldron, and was about to descend a lightning tribulation. To be more precise, what the tribulation cloud locked onto was the level 16 liquid floating in front of Xian. Xian was confused at first. Then he was stunned. In the end, he realized what was going on. The level 16 liquid was only the most basic blood and flesh paste. It was made from the flesh and blood of an enormous lawn phoenix by breaking the chains of order and reassembling the essence. After being carefully refined by the Xianxia 4-colored flames, the chains of order in the lawn phoenix's flesh and blood completely collapsed. The moment its body disappeared, a miniature black hole of flesh and blood appeared in the green-red ball of slurry. It was as if it was completely collapsing. From this, one could see that this ball of slurry. It was obvious how terrifying the energy contained inside the liquid ball was. Then a lot of top-tier heavenly materials and earthly treasures were added to the blood and flesh paste that was successfully refined, including the nether liquid and even the all-evil origin liquid. The effect of the liquid was even more unbelievable. It could directly make a level 15 expert of the universe reach the Star-Lord level. It was understandable that such an unbelievable liquid would trigger a response from heaven and earth after it was successfully refined, and a lightning tribulation would descend. It was safe to say that it was not just the level 16 liquid right now. The level 17, level 18 liquids that Xianxia was going to refine in the future, as well as the gene cultivation liquids of higher levels, would all face the same problem. A lightning tribulation would descend when the liquid was refined. It was just like how certain super pill masters in the human camp of cultivators would face a lightning tribulation when they refined a heavenly treasure pill. Xianxia was quite worried because it meant that the level 16 liquid that he was going to refine, as well as the similar liquids that he was going to refine in the future, would all have to go through one last step before they could be safely consumed. That was the liquid tribulation. If they did not succeed, then all their previous efforts would be in vain. Moreover, their resources would be wasted. This was really depressing. However, there were pros and cons to this. Everything in the universe was like this. The liquid tribulation was a threshold. If the liquid failed to pass the tribulation, everything would be in vain, and they would have to start all over again. If they succeeded again, they would face the same tribulation test. However, if he were to succeed, then the treasured liquid that had undergone a single lightning tribulation would undergo the baptism and tempering of the lightning tribulation, and its might and effect would definitely increase once again. This was obvious. In other words, the so-called liquid tribulation, lightning tribulation, was both a test and an opportunity. Xianxia had grown from an ant-like cultivator in a sealed planet to a supreme being in the starry sky. Every time he encountered a situation like this, he would face it head-on and never retreat. Therefore, even if there was a risk this time, and if he failed, it would be a little hard for him to accept. After all, he didn't have that many level 16 liquid materials on hand. He only had 12 portions left. But in order to obtain a better effect, he could only accept the test of the lightning tribulation and face it head-on. In fact, it was impossible to retreat. The tribulation clouds were almost done brewing, and the tribulation lightning would descend at any time. There was no way to retreat. However, although the treasure liquid tribulation this time was quite risky, after Xianxia made a few deductions, his heart, which was originally in his throat, quickly calmed down by half. This was because, according to his deduction and conjecture, the black tribulation cloud that was gathering in mid-air above the volcanic mountain in the central region had nothing to do with the universe outside. It was just a tribulation thunder that descended from the order region inside the Xianxia cauldron. That made sense as well. After all, the Xianxia cauldron was a primordial treasure of the era. It had been verified many times before. Even the primordial master was unable to forcefully pass through the order field inside the Xianxia cauldron and sense everything inside. In Xianxia's opinion, the heavenly eye that represented the will of the primordial heavenly Tao might be difficult to do. At least, before it recovered to its peak state during the primordial era, it basically did not have the ability to do so. Under such circumstances, for the current universe environment outside the cauldron, where the will of heaven and earth was missing, the so-called power of heaven and earth should not affect the internal space of the Xianxia cauldron. In the current universe environment, although there were the laws of the universe, there was no will of heaven and earth. The primordial era had been cut off in the long river of time. From then on, the will of heaven and earth had been missing. What had existed since then was only the pure laws of the universe, lacking spirituality. Since it was not the lightning tribulation that descended from the will of heaven and earth in the universe outside, but from the internal domain of the Xianxia cauldron, then its purpose should not be a real tribulation, but to take advantage of the situation. Using this opportunity, Xianxia had just refined this level 16 treasure. The liquid was purified and tempered again with the power of the lightning tribulation. In that case, what was there to worry about? Thinking of this, Xianxia's heart immediately calmed down. Originally, he had been a little impulsive, wanting to quickly store this level 16 treasure liquid floating in the void in front of him before the lightning tribulation descended and put it into his undying world, so as to avoid the lightning tribulation and not destroy the treasure liquid. But now, since he was basically sure that this was a good opportunity that fell from the sky, he naturally would not hesitate in the slightest. Before he thought about it, the blue liquid in front of him began to spin and slowly rise. In the end, it had already floated out of the central domain fire, the volcano crater of the mountain. During the entire process, Xian had been following closely behind this blue-green treasure liquid that was as small as a vermilion fruit. After all, although he had roughly deduced that there would not be any problems, it was obviously impossible to say that he was completely at ease. He was more or less a little nervous. Gotcha. It was also at this moment that a clear explosion sounded out. Within the black tribulation cloud that covered the void above the volcano in the central region, a strange green lightning struck down at an extremely fast speed. As expected, the green lightning bolt did not lock onto Xian at all, but the blue-green level 16 treasure liquid in the void above his head. At this moment, the treasure liquid lightning tribulation descended. Chapter 39:48. There is only a single wave of tribulation lightning. Along with this green lightning bolt that was like an infant's arm striking down from the black tribulation cloud, the entire tribulation cloud vanished in an instant, and this represented that the tribulation lightning had ended. As for whether the level 16 treasure liquid successfully resisted the tribulation lightning or not, that had nothing to do with the tribulation cloud. Its mission was merely to sense the appearance of the treasure liquid, condense into form, lock onto its target, and blast down a bolt of tribulation lightning before directly dispersing. Xian didn't pay any attention to the black tribulation cloud that was swiftly dispersing in the sky above him. At this moment, his attention was completely attracted by the green lightning bolt that instantly enveloped the entire ball of azure-green treasure liquid after it struck down. Fortunately, the green lightning bolt quickly vanished, but the ball of azure-green treasure liquid that was enveloped by the lightning still hung in its original position, and it was still spinning in the air. The only difference was that after it experienced the baptism of the green tribulation lightning, this ball of azure-green level 16 treasure liquid seemed to contain a trace of the aura of lightning, and there were clearly some tiny bolts of lightning that were like spiderwebs on its surface that were extending and retracting. Moreover, it just happened to be the same as the bolt of tribulation lightning that descended before, and it was azure-green in color and emitted a dense sense of strangeness. When he saw this scene, Xian's heart that was in his throat finally settled down completely, and joy surfaced in his heart, without a doubt, after experiencing the baptism of a bolt of tribulation lightning. The medicinal effect of this ball of azure-green treasure liquid would surely be even more shocking. Moreover, it had a strange green lightning attribute attached to it, and it presumably had a miraculous effect of tempering the body. Unexpectedly, Xian waved his hand and withdrew the Rai seal that floated above his sea of consciousness. And he made a hand seal to activate the might of the Rai seal to revolve around this ball of azure-green treasure liquid that was only the size of a cinnabar fruit. One could see that during this process, there was an extremely weak strand of green lightning that was like spider silk that was absorbed by the Rai seal. Xian had dense curiosity towards this type of green lightning that he'd never seen before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a move at this moment. He had seen a lot of lightning, but this was the first time he had seen a green one. Unfortunately, after this weak strand of green lightning was absorbed by the Rai seal, which was known as the most powerful lightning bolt, did not change at all. This made Xian feel a little disappointed, but he had always been a straightforward person, so he quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind. However, what even Xian didn't know was that in the instant he absorbed the Thunder Emperor seal that was as weak as a spider silk into his body, the primordial ancient treasure within his undying world seemed to have sensed something and slightly trembled. With a wave of his hand, a small, translucent bottle shot out from Xian's body and sucked in the green liquid hovering above his head. After that, Yi Xian kept the precious bottle in his undying world. This would be an important thing for him to rely on in the near future to break through from the 15th realm to the ranks of the Star Lord Old Monsters. After doing all this, Yi Xian fell into deep thought, but quickly made a decision. He was prepared to strike while the iron was hot and repeat everything that had happened before, to refine and concoct a second or even more bottles of level 16 liquid. There was no guarantee that one bottle of gene cultivation liquid would succeed. So Yi Xian would need at least 2 bottles of level 16 liquid just to ensure that he successfully broke through from the 15th realm to the ranks of the Star Lord Old Monsters. Furthermore, there were many experts by his side and under his command who would definitely need this type of liquid in the future. For example, the purplish warbler Duanmu Xiaoxia and Zhao Qianru were one such example. It wasn't that Yi Xian missed these 3 girls so much, but the key was that this type of liquid was unprecedented. In the current world, Yi Xian was the only one in the 3 realms of the universe. Once the 3 girls found out that Yi Xian had it but didn't prepare it for them, they would probably fly into a rage on the spot. In order to prevent these 3 girls from tormenting him, Yi Xian felt that it was extremely important to prepare in advance so that they wouldn't have a chance to criticize him. After making this decision, he immediately started concocting a new batch of liquid. Right now, after successfully concocting the first tube of level 16 treasure liquid, Yi Xian didn't have much level 16 treasure liquid left. He only had 12 portions left. He decided to leave 3 portions in his hands and not use them, in case he needed them in the future. After all, the level 16 liquid required all sorts of top-notch treasures of heaven and earth. Some of them would also be used in the subsequent level 17 liquid concoction. In other words, other than the 3 sets of reserve materials, he could only use 9 sets of materials. However, with the experience of the previous successful concoction, Yi Xian didn't dare to say that all 9 concoctions would be successful, but a success rate of more than 50% was definitely not a problem. What surprised him was that Yi Xian had worked hard for a total of 9 sets of materials. In the end, he actually managed to produce 7 tubes of azure green treasure liquid. Including the previous tube, he now had a total of 8 tubes of level 16 liquid. As for the 2 failed concoctions, they were both accidents that happened during the final fusion process, like a furnace explosion. However, the violent energy that spread out from these 2 explosions was forcibly compressed by Yi Xian, just like the first time, by activating the order field of the Shenong Cauldron. It fused with the first ball of violent energy. After the fusion, the ball of energy was still only the size of an egg, but the violent energy inside increased by several times. Yi Xian called this small ball of energy the waste liquid energy ball. It was just 3 bottles of level 16 liquid waste liquid energy gathered together. Although the power was considerable, Yi Xian still felt that it was far from enough. He decided to keep this waste liquid energy ball and not use it casually. Now, it already contained 3 portions of waste liquid energy from the level 16 liquid. In the future, when he concocted the level 17 and level 18 liquid, he would use the same method to collect all the waste liquid energy and compress it. In the end, this waste liquid energy ball would definitely grow to a shocking height. Who knew? It might even become a powerful weapon. Of course, this was on the premise that every time he compressed a new bottle of waste liquid energy, it would be completed smoothly. Of course, when the next 7 bottles of level 16 liquid were formed, a lightning tribulation would descend. However, just like the previous time, the following 7 lightning tribulations and 7 tubes of level 16 liquid were all safely passed. After experiencing the baptism of the strange green lightning, the body-tempering effect of the 7 tubes of level 16 liquid was obviously better. However, when the last bottle of level 16 liquid went through the lightning tribulation, Yi Xian was once again curious about this strange green lightning. Therefore, when Yi Xian summoned the Rai-D seal with a wave of his hand, a small portion of the green lightning was directly intercepted and absorbed into the Rai-D seal. Chapter 3949. As Yi Xian absorbed half of the green lightning into the Rai-D seal for the last time, The Yin Luo, in his undying world, started to show signs of abnormality again. The entire surface of the Yin Luo was covered with dense and strange green patterns like spider webs. The two corpse ancestors, Hanba and Ho Qing, had already awakened in the Yin Luo and were able to reconstruct their corpse Dao true bodies. They had entered secluded cultivation a few days ago, but now such a phenomenon had occurred. Clearly, something had happened. If there were no accidents, this could be the sign that the third desolate era alluring cultivator was about to awaken. Yixian did not know about all of this. The undying world in his body was too big. If he did not send his consciousness into the undying world to investigate, or if the commotion inside was too big, he would not be able to sense the slightest clue at all times. After the last lightning tribulation dissipated, Yixian stored the last ball of green liquid into a small bottle and kept it in his undying world, keeping it carefully. At this point, he had 8 bottles of level 16 liquid in his hands. If any of them were spread, it would cause a huge commotion. After all, a bottle of level 16 liquid was equivalent to the birth of a Star Lord. After all, this was a bottle of level 16 liquid that had been tempered by the Sun Shinnon Cauldron's lightning tribulation. Its medicinal effect was 30% stronger than a newly condensed level 16 liquid. Among these 8 bottles of level 16 liquid, there were some that were good and some that were bad. It was related to the medicinal halo on the surface of the liquid and the density of the weak green lightning. Among them, the 4th bottle was obviously the best. Yixian decided that when his cultivation reached the peak of rank 9 universe realm in the future, he would use this 4th bottle. As for the other 7 bottles, he would keep them for the time being in case of emergency. And now, his cultivation had reached rank 3 universe realm. There were 6 more small breakthroughs, and this moment would come. Therefore, even though the level 16 liquid had been condensed, Yixian was still under a lot of pressure. The remaining level 17 liquid, although not as urgent as before, could not be delayed too long. However, after the successful experience of concocting a 16th grade treasure liquid, Yixian would be able to concoct a 17th grade treasure liquid with ease. Successfully concocting a 17th grade treasure liquid would definitely not be a problem. This matter was not urgent, because he decided to carefully deduce the subsequent formula of the level 17 liquid. He did not have many top-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures to concoct. Like the level 16 liquid, he only had a dozen or so portions. If there was a mistake in the formula, he would waste a portion of top-grade heavenly materials every time he failed. His talents really couldn't bear it. Therefore, he decided to make sure that the formula was correct. When the time was right, he would start to concoct the level 17 liquid. As for the 18th grade elixir and the 19th grade elixir, the collection of heavenly materials and earthly treasures had basically been placed in front of him and urgently needed to be resolved. Yixian took this matter to heart as he pondered where he could ruthlessly extort from. Moreover, this time, he had to extort from the bloodline ancestor level existences of the various large clans or top powers. Otherwise, even if it was a supreme expert or a Star Lord, they probably wouldn't have such a thing in their hands. Level 16 liquid could create a Star Lord monster. Level 17 liquid could create a State Lord monster. Level 18 liquid and level 19 liquid would create a Realm Lord monster and a Universe monster. Therefore, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed to concoct these 2 top-grade treasured liquids would at least have to be obtained from the Realm Lord monsters. It was not impossible that there would be none of those below that level, but the chances were much lower. After realizing this, Yixian immediately shook his head and bitterly smiled. If news of this spread to the outside world, and people found out that he, a mere supreme being of the universe, was actually thinking about how to rob the Realm Master and the Universe Master, they would probably be shocked to the point where their eyeballs would drop. It's a good thing to increase one's strength quickly. The path of physical evolution with the gene cultivation liquid is indeed very convenient and fast. Unfortunately, Yixian sighed while mumbling to himself, it's a pity that the acquisition of resources is too troublesome. I have to rob the Realm Lord monsters when I'm only a Universe Lord. Won't I target the undying beings of the various races when I become a Star Lord in the future? Screech, roar. While Yi Xian was pondering about this matter, a fierce roar and a beast roar suddenly came from the direction of a mountain range far away from the volcano in the central domain. It was clearly the sound of the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise. The two native ferocious beast emperors had fallen into seclusion because they had swallowed a large amount of flesh and blood from the remains of the quasi-primordial beings. Who would have thought that they would come out of seclusion so soon? Moreover, they seemed to have succeeded in breaking through, because Yi Xian clearly captured the unique aura of a realm lord from the two roars. There was also a strong sense of joy. Roar, roar, as the roars of the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise echoed. A large number of roars and beast roars were soon heard from the mountains around the central domain volcano. Obviously, the other native ferocious beasts had also noticed the successful breakthrough of the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise. This was a joyous occasion for the entire race. After all, the highest combat strength of the entire native ferocious beast race was only the two-realm Lord Old Monsters. But now, there were suddenly two-realm Lord Old Monsters. This was definitely a huge surprise. The overall strength of the race had a qualitative leap. Yi Xian immediately soared into the air and rushed out of the central region's volcano. He shot towards the direction of the two roars that emitted the pressure of the Realm Masters, Old Monsters. Huh, little brat, you also broke through? You're actually rank 3 Universe Realm? Stinking brat, you broke through faster than us two old men. This is too unreasonable. Without waiting for the figure to land, two figures rushed out from the mountain range. The primordial porcupine's body had shrunk from 1,000 feet to 100 feet now, while the primordial tortoise's body had shrunk from a few feet to a few feet now. But the aura emitted from their bodies was much stronger than before. They had indeed successfully broken through and stepped into the Realm Lord realm. Behind the two native ferocious beast emperors, there was a large number of native ferocious beasts following them. They covered the entire mountain range, and some of the more familiar faces Yi Xian had their aura strengthened by a large margin. Obviously, they had all gained something from this seclusion breakthrough. Chapter 3950. The overall strength of the native ferocious beasts had indeed leaped to a whole new level. Before this, the native ferocious beasts only had 2 domain lords, close to 100 star lords, nearly 200 supreme experts of the universe. Ordinary ferocious beasts below the universe lord level numbered close to 6 million. Now, the total number of the ferocious beasts had not changed, but the overall strength of the ferocious beasts at the bottom had increased slightly. In terms of high-end strength, there were 2 domain lords for domain lords, over 100 star lords, and close to 300 universe lords. This was definitely a ferocious beast army with a luxurious lineup. More importantly, this ferocious beast army had now experienced the benefits of the Shinnong unusual flame and would not move even if beaten to death. To Yi Xian, this was naturally a good thing. The Shinnong cauldron had already been completely refined by him, and he had obtained the source of the cauldron's inheritance. Even the originally extinguished Shinnong strange flame was ignited by his heart fire. This ferocious beast army, staying in the Shinnong cauldron, was equivalent to Yi Xian bringing an army of millions of ferocious beasts with him. In the future, when they grew up, any ferocious beast army that revealed its bloodline true body could reach 10,000 zhang in size. At that time, once the entire ferocious beast army was mobilized and revealed its bloodline true body, the scene would be absolutely shocking. It would be like a fleet of millions of stars descending from the sky. Just thinking about it made one excited. Stinking brat, you have to think of a way to lead the little ones down there to do something big again. After fooling around for a while, the primordial porcupine changed the topic and talked about a serious matter. As it spoke, it surrounded a large number of ferocious beasts at the bottom of the ferocious beasts. Then it said, this time old guys have gained a lot, but the little ones down there are almost out of food. You may still have some powerful desolate era creatures' flesh and blood reserves, but their cultivation is too low to enjoy them. Besides, this is not a long-term solution. After all, there are too many ferocious beasts, close to 6 million. You alone won't be able to support them. Yes, yes, yes. At this point, a high-ranking ferocious beast who had just become a domain lord took over the conversation. Little leader, you have to find an opportunity to bring us out to do something again. Just like last time in the source of all evil star domain, on a larger scale. This way, the little ones can save some flesh and blood resources. Anyway, everything will be laid out in front of us now. We could just come back and roast the food after our triumphant return. No matter how he heard it, it felt awkward. However, who told him to use the identity of the primordial little demon ape when he first joined the native beasts? Now that he was addressed like this, he could only shake his head and smile bitterly. However, although he was a newly promoted Domain Lord Old Monster, a Domain Lord Old Monster was still a Domain Lord Old Monster. Even this Domain Lord Old Monster called him boss, so there was no need to say anything about the other native beasts. If he was able to lead such a huge army of native beasts, then so be it. Being able to lead such a large army was already considered amazing. As for the title, he just had to grit his teeth and pinch his nose. However, this matter really made Xianxia feel troubled. This was an army of nearly 6 million ferocious beasts. If they were to go out and fight, every ferocious beast would collect enough flesh and blood resources. Wouldn't they have to kill tens of millions of experts of various races? What kind of battle would that be? It was really a headache. However, this matter really had to be resolved. An army of millions of ferocious beasts couldn't always starve, right? Although they wouldn't starve to death. After all, they were starry sky experts. However, these native ferocious beasts were different from human cultivators. The latter could also increase their strength by fasting. However, the native ferocious beasts didn't have any cultivation methods. They only had bloodline inheritances and innate divine abilities. If they wanted to increase their strength, they had to rely on their bloodline and the evolution of life level to achieve it. And this depended on eating. Thinking of this, Xianxia smiled bitterly again. He suddenly regretted keeping these guys in the Shenong cauldron by his side. Otherwise, if they stayed in the Four Clans fleet army and went on a punitive expedition against the slave races of the First Universe, how could they not have the opportunity to fight and plunder? All right, at worst, I'll make a trip back and send you to Grandpa Mo and the others. Spreading out his hands, Xianxia could be considered to have a temporary solution to this matter. Right now, the Four Clans fleet army is on a punitive expedition all over the First Universe. When a great battle breaks out, I'll send you guys over and participate in the battle while collecting all the flesh and blood resources. Roar! Roar! Oh, whoa! When they heard that a series of battles were about to happen, and that all the flesh and blood resources would belong to the ferocious beast army, a large number of cheers and whistles came from the surrounding mountains. A group of foodies cried out excitedly. The 8 great guardian deities were also among them, rubbing their palms together. Now, the cultivation of the 8 of them had soared very quickly, reaching the 14th great realm, the cosmic light first order. Compared to cultivating in the outside world, it was like sitting on a rocket. They had also formed an extremely good relationship with this group of ferocious beast army foodies. Now, even if they went out for a stroll, they would be considered to be people. After all, among the countless races and forces in the 3 main planes of the universe, which young descendant of a race could have such means to fight with a group of millions of ferocious beasts? Because they had formed a deep friendship. Just as Xianxia felt that this matter was over and was about to exchange a few more words with the primordial porcupine, primordial turtle, and the other native ferocious beast higher-ups before leaving, a call suddenly came from the undying world in his body. My lord, the Lightning Mother, has awakened. It was clearly the voice of Hitorigami, the corpse ancestor. Xianxia couldn't help but be stunned when he heard it all of a sudden. Then his consciousness entered the undying world in his body and extended toward the Yanluo. Soon, he sensed the 2 powerful auras of the old monsters in the Yanluo. Another surprise came. Not long ago, Hitorigami and Ho Qing, who had just been able to reconstruct their true bodies, had both entered seclusion and fallen into a deep sleep. At that time, both of them were Star Lords, but the two familiar auras in the Yinluo were both emitting the pressure of the Realm Masters. There was no doubt that Hitorigami and Ho-Ching had finished their seclusion and had woken up again. Moreover, their cultivation had also broken through again because of this seclusion. At that moment, the two desolate corpse ancestors, who had reconstructed their true bodies in this world, had both become old monsters of the realm. Chapter 39:51. Corpse ancestor Han Ba and Ho-Ching had both finished their closed-door training. Their cultivation had risen once again, and they had both entered the ranks of domain lords. In addition, out of the 7 desolate eras spiritual sense sources sealed within Yinluo, the third one, the desolate Lightning Mother's spiritual sense source, had also awakened. To Yi Xian, this was definitely a joyous news. Unknowingly, the formation under his command had become even more powerful. This was not the power of the demon cultivator race, but a private army that truly belonged to him, as well as the entire fierce beast led by the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle, just like the other tribes. Therefore, Yi Xian placed great importance on it. Now that the primordial lightning lady's spiritual sense had awakened, the most important thing was to help her reconstruct her bloodline true body, just like corpse ancestor Han Ba and Ho-Ching, and then restore her strength. With a thought, Yi Xian took out the primordial treasure, Yinluo, from the undying world in his body. A gorgeous light flashed as it spun in the air in front of Yi Xian. It slowly grew in size and finally transformed into a 3-meter-long rainbow treasure luo. It floated in the air and slightly rose and fell. It swayed with the wind and was extremely beautiful. Swish! Swish! The treasure net shook slightly, and 2 rays of light shot out from it. In the blink of an eye, they turned into 2 beautiful female cultivators. They were corpse ancestor Han Ba and Ho-Ching. The 2 women looked like 28-year-old girls. Their figures were exquisite, making people envious. Their faces were incomparably beautiful, and their eyes seemed to be able to steal a person's soul. The 7 great primordial beauty cultivators were all famous in the primordial era. They were all top-notch beauties, and even in the current world, it was difficult to compare to them. For example, the purplish warbler Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru were all top-notch beauties among the female cultivators of the current era. Compared to corpse ancestor Han Ba and Ho-Ching, they were slightly inferior. Besides that, the gap in their bearing was even greater. After all, corpse ancestor Han Ba and Ho-Ching were both almighty figures of the primordial era during the distant primordial era. At the same time that they were renowned for their beauty during the primordial era, their cultivations and strengths were peerless. They had the supreme majesty of an expert, and also the maturity of countless years of accumulation. All of this was something that the purplish warbler Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru did not have. However, although the 2 women were both existences of the primordial era, their temperaments were completely different. Corpse ancestor Han Ba was hot and passionate. She wore a red dress. At this moment, the aura of her cultivation was completely restrained, and only a little bit of the pressure of her cultivation was emanated. Otherwise, once she utilized the energy within her body, her entire body would be covered in scarlet red and terrifying corpse flames, and it would absolutely be hot to the point of being unable to endure it. On the other hand, corpse ancestor Ho-Ching stood by her side. She wore a purple dress that hugged her figure. She was exquisite and beautiful, and her temperament was even more delicate and charming than Han Ba's. As the 2 gorgeous cultivators of the primordial era who had reconstructed their corpse Dao true bodies descended from the sky, the roars of beasts resounded in the surroundings. But at this moment, all the native ferocious beasts fell silent, and this area of space fell into a deathly silence. The gazes of the millions of native ferocious beasts were all fixed on Han Ba and Ho-Ching. Even the primordial porcupine and primordial turtle were the same. Saliva was dripping from the corners of their mouths. However, The reason they revealed such ugly expressions was naturally not because their appetite had flared up, but because they had committed a common problem of male animals. Although the two gorgeous cultivators of the primordial era were in human form, their true supreme beauty was irrespective of race. Even these native ferocious beasts were shocked. Interesting. You're quite bold. Looking around and seeing the expressions of the millions of native ferocious beasts, Han Ba and Ho Qing seemed to be displeased. Their faces darkened as they snorted coldly and scornfully. The aura in their bodies suddenly spread out at this moment. Huff! In an instant, the two peerlessly beautiful bodies were enveloped by two different colored corpse path true flames. One was blood red, and the other was demonic purple. The beautiful figures of Hanba and Ho Qing stood within these two rods of flames. Even though they were merely region lords, there was clearly a wisp of fiendish aura that terrified one's soul within them. After all, they were supreme existences of the desolate era, and they cultivated the treacherous corpse Tao. Although they had only recovered to the domain lord level after reconstructing the corpse Tao true body, the formless desolate corpse ancestor aura that came from the heavens instantly intimidated everyone present. This is the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise sucked in a breath of cold air. They quickly swallowed back the saliva that had already dripped to the corner of their mouths and subconsciously retreated. Although they were old monsters of the sector lord level and were stronger than Han Ba and Ho Qing, their innate foundation was far inferior. The latter was a corpse Tao true body reconstructed from the primordial era's spirit sense origin left behind by the primordial era's corpse Tao true body. Their life form level was already close to the peak. As for the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise, they were still in the process of life form evolution. There was still a long way to go. Woo! Even the two strongest existences, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise, admitted defeat. They subconsciously shrank their necks and retreated. Needless to say, the millions of native beasts gathered in the surrounding mountains quickly shifted their gazes away, whimpering as they retreated. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings were empty. All of the tribes scattered in an instant. Where's the lightning mother? Yi Xian found it funny when he saw the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise being defeated. He rolled his eyes and watched the two old fellows flee in a sorry state before turning his gaze towards the corpse ancestor, Hanba and Ho Qing. He asked, "Is it because she hasn't reconstructed her true body, so she can't easily show herself? Doesn't that mean we have to find another corpse Tao origin? This thing isn't that easy to find. It's a bit of a headache." "My lord, you might be thinking too much." Han Ba bitterly smiled and shook his head. Although the desolate lightning mother is also a strand of spirit sense origin sealed in the Yinluo net, if she wants to reconstruct her true body, she doesn't need the corpse Tao origin because she's not a corpse cultivator, but a lightning cultivator. That's right. On the side, the charming corpse ancestor Ho Qing took over the conversation. A pair of watery, beautiful eyes locked onto Yi Xian's face. As she spoke, she blinked, making Yi Xian feel uncomfortable. However, she didn't notice it all and continued as if no one was present. Since she's a lightning cultivator, if she wants to reconstruct her true body in this life, what the lightning mother needs is naturally related to lightning. However, compared to the corpse Tao origin, the lightning origin seems to be more difficult to find. Little Master, I'm afraid you're really going to have a headache this time. The word Little Master was coquettish and numbing, making Yi Xian shiver reflexively and his entire body go soft. Chapter 3952. The Starry Sky, Thunder Tomb. On the side, corpse ancestor Hitorigami was startled and subconsciously asked, "Yes, it is the Starry Sky, Thunder Tomb. If there is a place where one can find the thunder origin, then this is definitely the place with the highest probability." Nodding, Yi Xian explained to the two corpse ancestor level subordinates, "The demon domain has 10 great starry sky, forbidden grounds. Among them, the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb is located between the Black Mosquito domain and the Black Wind domain. Although it's called the Thunder Grave, it's actually a galaxy of emptiness. It's half the size of the Black Mosquito star zone. The only difference is that this vast emptiness is even scarier than the black holes of life, known as the space-swallowing black holes. In that vast void of the Milky Way, for countless years, there have been countless thunderbolts and lightning, wreaking havoc endlessly. Once a warship enters it, it is hard to predict when it will be directly blasted to pieces. If one's physical body were to enter through the void, the result would be even more obvious. One would die even more miserably. This is not the thunder and lightning in the atmosphere of a star. This is the thunder and lightning that is naturally produced in the void of the universe. The power of the thunder and lightning cannot be compared at all. This starry sky thunder tomb is known as the graveyard of thunderbolts. Even thunderbolts can only be born and extinguished endlessly inside, unable to escape. The consequences of a creature or warship entering it can be imagined. Hearing this, the two corpse ancestors nodded repeatedly, but there was a slight worry on their faces. In that case, it is indeed possible to find a strand of the thunder origin there. It seems that the Lightning Mother is also very lucky. She has just awakened and already found the origin source to reconstruct her true body. However, thunderbolts are the power of pure yang. Since that void is known as the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, it will not be easy to enter it, right? This is not a problem. I have entered it once and returned unscathed, and I also gain a lot. Yixian nodded with a faint smile. Going there again is just revisiting an old place. Don't worry, leave this to me. As long as there is really a thunder origin source in the Thunder Tomb, I will definitely bring it out. The reason why he was so confident was naturally because of the Rai-D seal. The Thunder Emperor seal sounded like a magic treasure that was artificially created, but in reality, it was a natural treasure that was nurtured by the heavens. It was a natural treasure that was nurtured by the universe. It was immune to thunderbolts and even had the ability to control thunderbolts. It was easy to understand that emperors ruled the world. This Rai-D seal was what Yixian relied on to enter the Starry Sky Lightning Tomb. Previously, he had used the Rai-D seal to enter the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, killed a high-ranking member of the Tianji clan, and seized the Thunderbolt Fortress from him. Moreover, he had also taken advantage of that opportunity to condense 10 Thunder Origin beads with the endless thunderbolts in the Thunder Tomb. Until now, there were still 9 beads that were still being nurtured in the Rai-D seal to increase their power. This matter was thus settled. After the 3 of them exchanged pleasantries, Yixian really could not resist Corpse Ancestor Ho-Ching's almost seductive coquettishness. He hurriedly took out a batch of resources from the undying world in his body, including 30 drops of all evil origin liquid. After giving them to the 2 girls, Yixian put away the treasure and then stepped forward. He soared into the air and left the internal space of the Shinnon Cauldron. When his figure reappeared, he was already outside the black hole of life outside the cauldron. Calculating the time, it had been a few days since he came to the black hole of life to recover. The outside world had already heard about the big incident that happened in the demon domain, as well as the shocking news that Linghu Young Master, Netherworld Young Master, Primordial Little Demon Ape, and Demon Royal Brother Mo Jinfo were actually 4 monsters in one body. They must have already had various reactions. It was time to go out and see the situation. Thinking of this, Yixian waved his hand and put the Shinnon Cauldron into his body. After summoning the void-shattering shuttle, he immediately rushed toward the Demon Emperor Star at extreme speed. On the Undying Star, the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation. In the Federation Senate, located deep under the headquarters. At this moment, in the main hall of the Senate Hall, almost 100 elders of the Federation were gathered together. The weakest among them was an old monster of the Domain Lord level, but they were the most numerous, accounting for half of them. Among the other half, another half were old monsters of the Sector Lord level, almost 30 of them. Among the last 20-plus people, there were over a dozen old monsters of the universe, and almost 10 undying old monsters. As for the old monsters of the Star Lord level, they were just ordinary elders of the Federation Senate. There were even more of them, and they resided in the Senate abodes and enjoyed the resources there. However, they didn't have the qualifications to enter the Senate Hall to discuss matters. The entire Senate Hall was extremely spacious. Almost 100 elders of the Federation who were at the domain lord level and above sat in order according to their strength. At the top row, there were originally 9 undying old monsters. Among these 9 undying old monsters, 2 of them had especially lofty statuses. They were undying emperors, and they sat at the very top. They were clearly separated from the other 7 undying old monsters' thrones below them. But now, there were only 6 of the 7 immortal realm old monsters left. At this moment, including the 2 undying old monsters at the top, the 8 undying old monsters sitting at the top of the hall were all invisible. They were merely balls of energy of different colors. At this moment, within the 2 balls of energy, a voice resounded. An undying was reprimanding, and the entire Senate Hall was filled with a dense, killing intent. The atmosphere could be said to be oppressive to the extreme. The demon is courting death. He actually dared to kill an undying of our Federation Senate. This matter can no longer be settled peacefully. Originally, we merely wanted to capture young Master Linghu, who is allied with him, as a proof of our allegiance in the future. Now, it seems that this is far from enough. Since young Master Linghu is the demon's younger brother, Imo Ju Feng, the proof of our Federation's Senate must include the entire demon race. Otherwise, it won't be enough to show our sincerity. That old tortoise that has lived to the present age will definitely not dare to show himself recently. However, even so, we still have to guard against his revenge. Our Senate will carry this out in secret. We will send 2 undying beings to rush to the demon territory and wait for the right time. On the surface, we will immediately send an order to the Federation headquarters. In the name of the Myriad Luo Federation, we will request the 10 Extreme Celestial Palace and the Undying Empires of Humanity to send troops into the First Universe at the same time to fight the demon. As for the 2 undying emperors, as he finished speaking, the 2 balls of light at the top suddenly flashed. The undying's tone turned cold. It was as if 2 beams of dim light had shot out and entered the bodies of the human universe monsters kneeling in the center of the hall. Their hunched bodies, which had been severely weakened, suddenly trembled at the same time. Chapter 39:53. With despair, the 2 old monsters of the human race, who had been punished in name and almost sentenced to death, left the hall with ashen faces. The next 100 years, for them, was almost an ignoble life. If they couldn't break through to the immortal realm after 100 years, they would definitely die. Then, 2 of the 8 balls of light at the top of the hall dimmed. This meant that 2 immortal elders had left. As for where they went, they naturally went to the demon territory of the First Universe. These 2 ordinary immortals of the Federation Senate would lie low there and wait for the opportunity to make a move in the following events. Following the order of the Senior Senate, a shocking piece of news exploded from the headquarters of the Myriad Sifting Federation. In just half a day, the news spread throughout the 3 main planes of the universe, causing a huge uproar. Linghu Young Master, Netherworld Young Master, Immemorial Little Demon Ape, and Mo Jinfeng, the demon's royal brother, were actually the same person. Of the 7 peerless monsters of the younger generation, 4 of them were actually one, which was more than half of them. It was simply unbelievable. What was even more unacceptable was that the existence of the 4 monsters in one body was very likely to be Mo Jinfeng, the demon's royal brother, who was the last to be exposed. The people who had this speculation had 2 pieces of evidence, which seemed to be conclusive. First of all, among the 4 geniuses, whether it was young Master Linghu, young Master Netherworld, or the primordial little demon ape, they all suddenly appeared out of thin air. There was no origin behind them. Although they had origins, the clues to trace them had basically been cut off. The identity of Linghu Young Master was a descendant of the Linghu family of the Heavenly War Empire. But the Linghu family had left the Heavenly War Empire many years ago, so there was no trace to follow. Netherworld Young Master was needless to say. Although he had the bloodline of the Netherworld clan, it was said that he was sealed by Netherworld Great Emperor and only recently appeared, but if one continued to trace him, there would be no clues. The same was true for immemorial Little Demon Ape. The origin of all evil, the indigenous ferocious beasts, didn't seem to know its origin, so how could outsiders find credible clues about its identity? Only the last one, the younger brother of the Demon Emperor, had the entire demon race behind him. Although Mo Jinfeng had suddenly appeared, at least this identity had a foundation, and there was a possibility of tracing his roots. Secondly, of the four monstrous geniuses who had been confirmed to be the same person, Mo Jinfeng was the last to be exposed. Since this person had tried his best to hide his identity, then his true self would naturally not be exposed first. The last one to be exposed was more than 90% likely to be his true self. Although these 2 points were a little far-fetched, after careful consideration, there was nothing wrong with them. Thus, for a time, all the major races and forces in the 3 Great Plains basically agreed with this statement. That was, the demon cultivator royal brother Mo Jiufeng was the one who gathered the 4 identities into one. The true identity of the young monster. This kind of statement made the various clans very embarrassed, because 4 of the 7 great monsters in the world were actually from the demon race, which was more than half of them. Although they were only young juniors, this basically explained some problems. It was as if the fate of the 3 great starry sky main planes in the current world was more than one. More than half of them were concentrated on the demon race. Moreover, the demon race had joined forces with the space rat race, the hell ant race, and the giant ferocious race to form a 4-race alliance army. Now, the punitive war in the first universe was completely unstoppable, which proved this statement from a side perspective. Judging from all of this, the demon race had clearly obtained a great deal of luck and was about to soar into the sky. In the past, among the 3 Great Plains, the Heavenly Fate race was the only one who dominated. Although the myriad Luo Federation could contend against them and could be considered to be evenly matched, the myriad Luo Federation was the union of the various races and forces of the 2 Great Plains of the universe. Only by gathering the 2 great camps of the human race and the various races of the Second Universe Federation could they be compared to it. Right now, with the migration of the Heavenly Fate race and their disappearance from the world, the demon race was about to replace them and become the number 1 overlord of the 3 Great Plains. Now, the myriad Luo Federation had fallen apart, and the various races of the Second Universe had withdrawn, leaving only the 2 great camps of the human race. The Federation of the 2 Great Plains of the universe had become the Federation of the human race, which was not very meaningful. If the demon race took advantage of this opportunity to rise up in one fell swoop, even the myriad Luo Federation would find it difficult to contend against them. Under such circumstances, the myriad Luo Federation acted righteously and issued a call to all the races and forces of the 3 Great Plains to unite and suppress the demon race, refusing the appearance of the overlord of the plains again. For a time, the great forces of the 3 Great Plains responded one after another. It was as if the 3 Great Plains were to unite and suppress the demon race. Although the various races of the Second Universe had already announced that they had withdrawn from the myriad Luo Federation, after learning that 4 of the 7 peerless monsters of the current era were actually the demon race's imperial brother, Mo Jiufeng. The other 9 races of the top 10, excluding the Dark Turtle race, immediately spread out shocking news. Roar and roar. Immediately after, the other races of the top 10 also expressed their intentions to form an army to suppress the demon race. In the Second Universe, almost all the major races had been harmed by the Netherworld Young Master. In the previous source of all evil incident, they had been harmed by the Linghu Young Master. However, at that time, the Linghu Young Master and the Netherworld Young Master were difficult to find because they were alone, so it was difficult to track them down. But now, with the entire demon race there, they could not run too high. The anger of the various races of the Second Universe finally had a direction to vent. In addition, In the first source of all evil incident, the demon race acted as a bandit road tyrant and collected a large amount of toll fees. This was completely extortion, and it was also hated by the various races of the second universe. Now that these two things were combined, the various races of the second universe naturally could no longer remain silent, and they all secretly took action. Although they had suffered heavy losses in the source of all evil starfield before, the demon race starfield was not the source of all evil, and there were no underworld furnaces there. Even if the demon race's imperial brother, Immortal, had the means to plot against the immortal old monsters after that incident, most of them had fallen into a cooling period, and it was impossible for them to return to their peak in a short period of time. Feng, now is the best time to launch a crusade against the demon race. Roar! Demon race. It's actually a demon race this emperor hates. At the same time, a shocking roar came from the ancestral land of the demon race in the second universe, resounding through the void. The former patriarch of the demon race, Emperor, hurriedly fled back to the pool of his former race's ancestral land after being severely injured last time. Chapter 3954. If the revelation of the shocking truth of the four great monsters in the second universe was said to have aroused the anger of the entire plane, then, when the servants of the first universe heard the news, their reaction was to be uplifted, and they were extremely excited. Now, the powerful alliance of the four races, the demons, the space rats, the hell ants, and the giant ferocious beasts, were launching a full-scale expedition in the first universe. In addition to the Ashwolf clan, two more powerful servant races had been conquered by the alliance of the four races and taken under their command. It could be said that the powerful expedition of the alliance of the four races in the first universe was almost unstoppable. Before long, when the servant races of the first universe could not see the slightest bit of hope, their morale would collapse. At that time, the remaining races would not even be able to gather the strength to resist. Rise! In that day, according to the current situation, it would not be long before it arrived. Fortunately, at this time, the news of the four great monsters in one body came, and the true identity of the four great monsters could be confirmed. It was the demon brother, Feng, who was exposed last. As a result, the demon race had become the public enemy of all the major races in the three universes. Needless to say, the servant races of the first universe were also harmed by young Master Yuming in the second universe. The human race and the Wan Luo Federation were the same. This was definitely the rhythm of a punitive expedition in the three universes. Once the fleets of the major races approached the Demon Emperor planet, the alliance of the four races that was conquering the entire first universe would collapse and have no choice but to retreat. For them, the crisis was almost solved without a blade. How could this not be exciting? For a time, the servants of the first universe, who had originally lost their morale, regained their confidence. They reorganized an army and gathered in a certain star field where the alliance of the four races was about to go. Another round of fierce war was about to break out. In the third universe, in the human race's science and technology camp, in the territory of the Heavenly Underworld Empire under the rule of the Immortal Dynasty, near the Heavenly River planet, under the command of the Heavenly Underworld Empire, one of the three great empires of the Immortal Dynasty, the Heavenly Underworld Empire was only a medium-sized country. However, because it was close to the graveyard domain, the Heavenly Underworld Empire had a large population, which led to the development of this small country in all aspects. After all, not only was the graveyard domain rich in star core origin, but there were also two wormholes in the depths of the graveyard domain, one leading to the first universe and the other leading to the second universe. It could be said that this was the portal between the human race of the third universe and the other two main planes of the universe. Since the Heavenly River Star was the closest administrative star to the domain of the falling stars, it was particularly prosperous. The chief executive of the Heavenly River planet, also known as the planet manager, was Wang Shirley. The commander of the Heavenly River planet was Li Xiaobin. These two were the young masters of the Wang family and the Li family of the Heavenly Dust Nation. The two of them wanted to curry favor with Prince Xian. In fact, at that time, Prince Xian was like the sun in the sky. Not only the two of them, but the entire Li and Wang families, including the Emperor of the Heavenly Underworld Empire, also wanted to ride on his coattails. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Before Prince Xian could return to the immortal star of the imperial capital, the situation changed while he was still on the Heavenly Underworld star. In the end, he was sent to the desolate Death Star region by the imperial capital. Since then, he rarely appeared in public. During this period of time, there was almost no news about Prince Xian. Although he was one of the 7 peerless geniuses, he had always been one of the 7 peerless geniuses because he had broken into the demon tribe of the First Universe alone and caused a lot of trouble there, and his methods were heaven-defying. He was one of the 7 peerless geniuses. However, with the appearance of Linghu Young Master, Netherworld Young Master, and the others, each one more capable than the other, and their battle records were even more shocking. Prince Xian, who was once said to have swept through the 3 major dimensions, was now rarely mentioned by people. In everyone's eyes, the current Prince Xian's fighting spirit had most likely dissipated, and he was willing to spend the rest of his life in the Death Star region. Under such circumstances, many of the imperial capital's families and forces, which originally wanted to ride on his coattails, immediately gave up on the idea. This included the Li and Wang families of the Heavenly Underworld Empire. Ever since Prince Xian was sent away, the young masters of the Li and Wang families put aside their thoughts of relying on Prince Xian to climb up the ranks smoothly. They focused on managing the Heavenly River Star. It could be said that they were doing well. In the void thousands of miles away from the Heavenly River Star at this moment, there is a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. It was heading towards the Heavenly River Star. It was a commercial fortress. The surface of the ship looked a bit old, as if it had been there for a long time. It was probably not far from being scrapped. As a matter of fact, not long ago, the huge fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters had only been a nondescript commercial fortress with a diameter of 70,000 meters. Yes, it was a zombie fortress formed by the combination of several special zombies under Tuoba Linfeng's command. It had only been 70,000 meters in diameter before, but after devouring a lot of excavation equipment on the mineral planet that was close to exhaustion, the zombie fortress had finally grown to a diameter of 100,000 meters. At this moment, Tuoba Linfeng, a zombie emperor who had become a Star Lord, was in the command cabin on the top floor of the zombie fortress, assigning tasks to the 1,000 zombie warriors under his command. This Emperor Sky Devil army has developed to this day, and there are already over 1,000 generals. All of them have already reached the universe realm, or are about to step into this realm and enter the ranks of the almighty universe realm. Now, it's also time to determine a fixed rear base camp. The Heavenly River Star in front of us is the target that I have chosen. The Heavenly River Star is adjacent to the Graveyard Star Zone. A lot of Star State experts live in the 3 main planes of the Star State all year round. It's safe to say that the void nearby is rich in resources. Also, because of the special geographical location and the allure of the abundant sources of the planet cores, the space pirates are very active around the Heavenly River Space Zone. It will be a subtle cover for the development of the Heavenly Devil Legion in the future. This time, all the members of the Heavenly Demon Legion will be mobilized. We must take down the Heavenly River Star without leaking any information. This place will be the base camp of my legion in the future. Chapter 3955. Although the Sky River Star was a small administrative planet, due to its special characteristics and the fact that it was located at the edge of the Graveyard Star Field, which was rich in the star core origin, the star defense array of the Sky River Star was of a high level. Even so, for Tuoba Linfeng, the zombie emperor who had become a Star Lord, it was still a piece of cake for him to break through this small administrative planet. But he didn't make such a choice because this time, what Tuoba Linfeng wanted was not to attack and plunder, but to lie low and launch a silent full-scale invasion. So, the 2 female zombies took action. The 2 female zombies, in their human forms, were not only beautiful, but also hot, and had very cute names. One was called Vivian, and the other was Lilith. They sounded like two cute little girls, but in fact, they were two terrifying female zombies whose cultivation had reached the universe realm. Once they activated the universe zombie bloodline in their bodies and showed their true forms, they could probably scare people to death on the spot. Although the zombie fortress was only a commercial fortress, it was, after all, an unregistered one. It was impossible to enter the Skyriver Star, and it was even difficult to get close to it. After all, it was such a big guy. Once it got close, the garrison battleships responsible for patrolling the void outside the atmosphere of the Skyriver Star would immediately approach and search it. Investigate. After all, the pirate activities in the Skyriver Star field were still rampant. At this time, Vivian and Lilith took action to solve this problem. Following their departure, the zombie fortress also stopped moving forward, maintaining its concealed state as it floated in the void. The evolution direction of Vivian and Lilith was the zombie wave frequency. This so-called zombie wave frequency energy, in addition to its own unique power, also had a very strong simulation ability. At least, it was very easy for them to simulate the fluctuations of the divine sense of the human race. Therefore, Vivian and Lilith easily passed through a starry passage in the atmosphere of the Skyriver Star and entered the interior of the planet. Their figures flickered, and they went straight to the Skyriver City on the main continent of the Skyriver Star. During this process, Vivian and Lilith activated the zombie bloodline in their bodies almost at the same time. A powerful, evil, and ruthless aura gushed out from their bodies. The two women's originally exquisite and provocative figures, as they fell to the ground, they were like balloons that were rapidly inflated, growing larger at a speed visible to the naked eye in the heavenly river city below. Some people immediately sensed it, and all of them subconsciously looked up and then exclaimed in horror. Heavens, what is that? Previously, they seemed to be two beauties, but now they have become two mountains of flesh. A mountain of rotting flesh. Zombies. Space zombies run. Enemy attack, bang, bang. Rumble, as cries of shock echoed. Vivian and Lilith, who had descended from the sky, finally landed on the ground. At this moment, they no longer looked human at all. Their bodies had turned into two enormous mountains of rotting flesh. Not only were there large rotting holes on its surface with pus flowing out, it was also covered with countless fleshy tentacles that were waving around randomly. Looking at it made one feel disgusted and cold all over. Screech. Two screeches sounded from the two mountains of flesh at once, and some kind of invisible and strange frequency radiated directly, enveloping the entire interior of the heavenly river star in the blink of an eye. Caught off guard, the superbrain located in the heavenly river star's underground star control center had no time to react before it fell into a state of paralysis. Then, it was completely invaded and controlled by Vivian's zombie frequency. The next moment, when the superbrain's paralysis was lifted, it, as the core of the entire heavenly river star space defense array, had been reduced to a puppet. Rumble. The rumbling sound of the activation of the array formation came from the atmosphere in the sky. Under the command of the superbrain, which had turned into a puppet and was evolving into a zombie superbrain, all the star passages in all directions of the heavenly river star's atmosphere were completely closed, and the star defense array formation was activated in less than 3 breaths. All of this was completed. Since then, the heavenly river star had become a completely sealed-off world. No one in the starry sky outside the atmosphere could enter, or they would be attacked by the star defense array formation. And because the central superbrain of the heavenly river star's administrative star network had also been invaded and turned into a puppet, it was evolving into a zombie superbrain. This directly led to the interruption of all communications within the entire heavenly river star, and no star network signal could be transmitted out. In short, the entire heavenly river star had been completely cut off from any contact with the outside world. It was basically equivalent to completely falling into the enemy's hands, and this was obviously just the beginning. After all, Tuoba Linfeng's purpose was to quietly take full control of the heavenly river star, not to forcibly occupy it with force and expose himself. Screech! Screech! After completing the blockade of the entire administrative star, the two mountains of flesh that Vivian and Lilith had transformed into by activating their zombie blood once again let out two mournful howls. The tentacles on the surface of the flesh mountains grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, growing longer and longer. In the blink of an eye, they had covered half of the Heavenly River City. At this time, the entire Heavenly River City was already in chaos. A large number of Starry Sky powerhouses and ordinary people fled in panic. These two terrifying mountains of flesh were too disgusting, and they carried the chilling zombie virus in the universe. Therefore, even the Starry Sky powerhouses did not dare to attack, and the warships did not dare to open fire. Because if that happened, once the flesh mountains exploded, the virus would spread even faster in the air, and no one could guarantee that they would not be infected. In the face of such a terrifying existence, the only way to deal with it was to escape as fast as possible, as far away as possible. This consensus was immediately thought of by everyone. After all, there had been precedents before. Under the invasion of the universe zombies, the Heavenly War Empire's imperial capital, the Heavenly War Planet, had been completely destroyed in just half a day. All the people had turned into zombies and were finally wiped out. The Heavenly River Star? No one thought that the Heavenly River Star would be able to escape this disaster. At this time, the only thought in everyone's mind was to escape, escape, escape. Poof, poof, poof. During this process, countless flesh tentacles that covered the sky waved unscrupulously, as if harvesting lives, piercing into the bodies of the fleeing crowd again and again. The scene that followed was even more terrifying. The flesh tentacles that pierced into the bodies of these fleeing people were like straws. With a sudden tremor, they could completely suck a living human body clean in less than half an instant. Chapter 39:56. Puff, 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 puff. A series of muffled puffing sounds rang out, but it was not the sound of the tentacles penetrating the bodies of the fleeing people. Instead, it was the sound of the two terrifying mountains of flesh formed by Vivian and Lilith activating their zombie bloodlines. As the bodies of a large number of fleeing people were penetrated, all their flesh, blood, and bones were instantly sucked in and gathered into the bodies of Vivian and Lilith through the tube-like zombie tentacles. The size of the two mountains of flesh was also growing larger and larger. When they first arrived, they were only 100,000 feet in radius. But now, in less than an hour, they had grown tenfold, reaching a radius of 100,000 feet. It was also from this moment onwards that new changes took place. Cracks suddenly appeared on the two huge mountains of flesh, and this was where the puffing sounds came from. Then, from these cracks, small mountains of flesh crawled out like chickens laying eggs. They were densely packed, and there were so many of them that it was frightening. Although these small mountains of flesh were only 1,000 feet in size, their appearance was exactly the same as the two huge mountains of flesh. Their surface was full of cracks with pus dripping from them, as well as a large number of tentacles. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of thousands of these small mountains of flesh. They spread out in all directions, wreaking havoc in every corner of the Heavenly River Planet. This scene was like a mother reproducing, and in fact, it was indeed so. This was one of the abilities of the zombie bloodline that Vivian and Lilith had evolved. After activating this ability, they were equivalent to two zombie hives. They could replicate a large amount of flesh and blood that they had collected in their bodies, evolving into small mountains of flesh that looked like saplings. Then, thousands of soldiers and horses spread out, carrying out a larger scale and faster, terrifying plundering. There was no doubt that as these hundreds of thousands of small mountains of flesh spread out, the entire Heavenly River Planet would completely fall in a very short time. All the Starry Sky powerhouses and the people of the Heavenly River Planet would not be able to escape this calamity. In the end, they would all be devoured by these small mountains of flesh. It was because the few space gateways in the atmosphere of the planet had been completely sealed. The interior of the planet had long been turned into a blocked area. There was nowhere to run. At this time, as the nearly 1 million small mountains of flesh scattered, the entire huge heavenly river city had turned into a dead zone. Vivian and Lilith, who had swallowed and absorbed a large amount of flesh and blood, had also returned to their original size of 100,000 feet. Then, the two enormous mountains of flesh shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 3 breaths, Vivian and Lilith returned to their human forms. They were still as beautiful and graceful as before. Moreover, after this round of devouring, their bodies had more or less retained some of the energy from the devouring of flesh and blood. Because of this, their life level had evolved again. Their cultivation level had risen from rank 1 universe realm to rank 2 universe realm. In about 10 minutes or so, all the flesh and blood living beings in the interior of the heavenly river planet will be completely devoured. Turning her head and looking around at the dead silence, Vivian raised her hand to tuck a strand of messy hair behind her ear and laughed softly. After that, in about an hour or so, all the people who have been devoured will reappear again. At that time, this heavenly river planet will be completely in our hands. Well, I'll leave this matter to you. I have to pay close attention to the zombification process of the superbrain. It is the intelligence center of the entire heavenly river planet space network and the planet's defense system. There can't be the slightest mistake. Beside her, Lilith also smiled casually, as if she was talking about something trivial. If everything goes well, within 2 hours, Lord Heavenly Demon will be able to lead the army into the heavenly river planet. From then on, this place will be the headquarters of our heavenly demon army. Puff, 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 puff. 10 minutes later, similar muffled sounds like the sound made when Vivian and Lilith activated the mother nest ability of the zombie bloodline and produced a large number of small mountains of flesh from their bodies, came one after another from all corners of the Skyriver planet. This time, the sound was even more concentrated because the surface of the hundreds of millions of small mountains of flesh, which had grown to a terrifying size because of the large amount of flesh and blood they had devoured, were now all cracking. On the surface of each mountain of flesh, there were thousands of cracks. In every crack, as if they were reproducing, living beings were coming out. However, they were all in human form, not similar small mountains of flesh. Before all this unfolded, there was not a single living person in the interior of the heavenly river planet. All the flesh and blood living beings, including some domesticated ferocious star beasts, had been devoured by the nearly 1 million small mountains of flesh. At this moment, all the flesh and blood that had been devoured, after some unknown transformation in the small mountains of flesh, had all been reproduced. However, although they now looked like humans on the surface, there was no difference at all from before they were devoured. Even their eyes and the aura emitted from their bodies were exactly the same. But in fact, these guys who were lining up to come out of the cracks on the surface of the small mountains of flesh were completely different from before. Before they were devoured, they were humans. But now, when they reappeared like they were reproducing, they had become corpse slaves. The ultimate purpose of the mother nest ability that Vivian and Lilith had displayed was to refine all the living beings in the interior of the heavenly river planet using the mother nest's zombie child nests, changing their essence from human to corpse slaves. The whole process ended in about half an hour. When everything was settled, the millions of zombie child nests that were spread all over the heavenly river planet had completely withered and disappeared. In less than an hour, the entire heavenly river planet had undergone a nightmarish transformation. On the surface, the current heavenly river planet had not changed at all. As far as the eye could see, the areas were still crowded with people and appeared to be extremely prosperous. But in fact, these living beings that had been reproduced after being devoured were completely different from before. At this point, the heavenly river planet was completely under the control of Tuobalinphone. Not long after, as the star passages in the atmosphere opened again after a short period of closure, a large number of starry sky masters came and went from the void outside. But they would never know that in less than 2 hours, the entire heavenly river planet and the entire heavenly river planet had undergone a complete transformation. All of the living beings within had already undergone a thorough and evil transformation. From now on, this place no longer belonged to the heavenly dust country, no longer belonged to the human race. Chapter 39:57. The heavenly demon army of the zombie race had finally occupied the heavenly river star. In just 2 hours, they had completed the transformation of the entire heavenly river star. When the star passages in the atmosphere of the heavenly river star, which had been temporarily closed, reopened, the entire heavenly river star belonged to Tuoba Linfeng. This included the superbrain, which was the central intelligence core of the Starry Sky Network and the defense array of the star, as well as every living creature in the interior of the star. 2 hours, which was just 2 hours, was too short. During this time, some experts had returned from the domain of the graveyard and intended to enter the heavenly river star. However, because the star passages in the heavenly river star's atmosphere had been completely shut down, they could only wait in the starry river with astonished expressions on their faces. However, they had not expected that in less than 2 hours, such earth-shaking changes had taken place in the heavenly river star. When the star passages in the atmosphere of the heavenly river star reopened, everything returned to normal. These starry sky experts who had been waiting in the outer space lined up to enter the interior of the heavenly river star, but none of them had noticed anything unusual. Everything was the same as usual. It was as quiet as usual. It was as orderly as usual. Under the control of Vivian and Lilith, the zombie superbrain that had completed its evolution gave up its authority. In a remote corner of the heavenly river planet's atmosphere, it quietly led the hidden zombie fortress into the heavenly river planet and landed directly on an underwater base in the heavenly river sea. This underwater base was extremely spacious. It was originally a military base of the heavenly river star garrison, but now it had become a secret base of the heavenly demon army under Tuoba Linfeng's command. For a long time in the future, Tuoba Linfeng and all the zombie generals of his heavenly demon army would hide in this underwater base in the deep sea. Outside the base, the entire heavenly river star would function as usual. This was his core base camp, and it was going to be quietly built into an underground lair that was like an iron wall, a place where he could settle down and live his life. Kacha, following Tuoba Linfeng's order, the zombie stronghold began to disintegrate. In just a short minute, the huge ship had completely disintegrated, turning into 5 smaller strongholds with a diameter of more than 40,000 meters. If they wanted to, these 5 small zombie fortresses could continue to transform and eventually shrink into 5 human beings. This was because they were originally 5 cosmic zombies with a cultivation base of Cosmos Realm. The evolution direction of their zombie bloodline was the mutant alloy behemoth type. Now, the small fortresses with a diameter of nearly 50,000 meters were their true forms. However, Tuoba Linfeng clearly didn't have this intention. After the zombie stronghold was divided into 5 smaller zombie strongholds, the thousands of zombie warriors waiting at the side all leaped up and divided into 5 groups, with each group having more than 200 zombies, and entered the 5 smaller zombie strongholds. Only 5 late-stage Cosmos Realm zombie generals were left behind. They would stay with Vivian and Lilith to guard the Heavenly River planet. In the end, the Heavenly River Star, and many fortresses, Heavenly River Star. Soon, the 5 small zombie fortresses converged their figures and slowly rose from the seabed base. After rushing out of the sea, they shot straight into the atmosphere of the Heavenly River Star. These 5 small zombie fortresses, with the Heavenly River Star as the center point, would travel in 5 different directions along the void. After leaving the Heavenly River Star, they would reveal their ferocious faces and begin bloody plundering in the void of the universe, growing stronger step by step. During this process, the 5 small zombie fortresses would occasionally return to the Heavenly River Star. The purpose of this expedition, in addition to devouring to strengthen themselves, was to bear the task of developing the next level of mutant zombies. There was no doubt that as time passed, the scale of the entire heavenly demon zombie army would grow larger and larger. Currently, there were only a little over 1,000 zombie generals. But in the near future, this number would rapidly increase like a rolling snowball. The prelude to the chaos of the human race had officially begun. 2 days later, the small zombie fortress that Tuoba Linfeng was in, after several space jumps and several wormholes, had arrived at a gap star field between the heavenly dust country and another small country. It was neither too far nor too close to the heavenly river star, and the distance was just right. Thus, the starry sky hunt of this zombie army officially began. In the distance of the starry sky ahead, a commercial fleet was moving obliquely from the right side of the void. The size of the fleet was considerable, with 2 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters, more than a dozen large and small fortresses, and dozens of star-level starry sky merchant ships. Let's start and end this quickly. Remember, don't expose the fortresses. This will be our best cover when we are sailing in the starry sky. With Tuoba Linfeng's order, more than 200 zombie generals in the small zombie fortress all rushed out, including Tuoba Linfeng himself. Gotcha! Almost at the same time, a mechanical grinding sound came from the small zombie fortress that had remained hidden. In just a few breaths, it turned into a ferocious behemoth that was tens of thousands of feet tall. Its entire body was greenish-black, and its shell had a cold metallic luster. Its size was similar to the giant star scorpion, and it looked like a giant star scorpion with a hard shell. It perfectly concealed the strange existence of metal and flesh. At least, no matter who saw it, they would never associate it with the giant star scorpion. Immediately afterward, the giant star scorpion removed its concealment, and its figure appeared in the void. At the same time, more than 200 zombie generals who had rushed out of the small zombie fortress first also activated the zombie bloodline in their body at this moment, transforming into terrifying giant space zombies. Roar. Screech. Amidst the earth-shattering roars and howls, the over 200 zombie generals all completed their zombie transformations in a short period of time. Some transformed into gigantic carrion bone dragons, while others transformed into ferocious beasts covered in pus and blood, but the aura in their bodies were all extremely powerful. More than half of them were universe powerhouses in the 15th realm. The other half, although not universe powerhouses, were close to it. They were all universe powerhouses in the 14th realm. A group of terrifying behemoths suddenly appeared in the void without warning. As soon as they arrived, they roared and roared. This scene was really too shocking. The commercial fleet that was sailing obliquely in the distant void was immediately alarmed. After a short period of dead silence, there was a tide of horrified exclamations, one after another. Oh my God! What did I see? Is this still the third universe of the human race? Do we accidentally pass through the wormhole and come to the legendary underworld? Zombies! Space zombies! Oh my God! Didn't they say that they had been wiped out long ago? What happened? Run, Screech. Chapter 3958. Clang! The demonic blade slashed out, and in an instant, there was a violent clang with endless joy. The blade, which was originally only about 10 feet long, expanded in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 10,000 feet long. It was like a heavenly blade, with ferocious gaps all over the blade, slashing towards the void ahead. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the demonic blade had crossed the endless void and slashed on the hull of a commercial fortress. The loud noise was earth-shattering, but the commercial fortress did not explode. Instead, inside the hull, there was a tide of horrified screams, but in just half a breath, everything stopped. Within the body of the heavenly demon blade, an endless amount of demonic fiendish qi spread out like the thickest black fog, completely enveloping the entire Xianxia fortress. Since then, the commercial fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters was completely invisible, wrapped in the black fog-like demonic aura. But from time to time, the sound of metal friction could be heard at the same time. The more than 200 zombie generals, who had turned into giant carrion beasts, also unleashed their fastest speed, flanking from the left and right sides. And in the void, the entire commercial fleet was surrounded in the middle. Buzz! The low buzzing of the void jump sounded. This time, a small commercial fortress that reacted first successfully activated the space jump ability before the more than 200 zombie generals, who had turned into giant carrion beasts, began to kill and devour, and luckily escaped far away. In this regard, the more than 200 zombie generals, who had completed the siege of the entire commercial fleet, did not care at all, because even if the news was leaked, it did not matter. Today's demonic zombie legion was far from what it was in the past. In the next moment, the two zombie generals in charge of sealing the void successfully sealed this corner of the void, and all the commercial battleships behind were forced to stay, and the activated void jump was forcibly interrupted. Screech! Devour them all, leave nothing behind. Raising his head and letting out a fierce roar, Tuoba Linfeng's figure swayed as he spoke, and his original human form instantly changed into an almost illusory, ferocious demon. His whole body was like a black fog, and in the blink of an eye, he drifted away, rushing into the encirclement and headed towards a large fortress. Shrouding down, he began to plunder and devour. Boom! Rumble! Explosions and screams resounded in this corner of the void. Some of the cannons of the merchant warships opened fire, and some of the starry sky cultivators rushed out of the warships, fighting and retreating at the same time. They wanted to use their physical bodies to cross the void and escape from this sealed void where teleportation and warship jumps were impossible. However, everything was destined to be in vain. After an hour or so, everything fell silent. The entire fleet was gone, and the only thing left in the void were the wreckages of warships that were not worth devouring. As for all the Star Warriors in the fleet, their flesh and blood were the most delicious food for the universe zombies. Naturally, they wouldn't waste any of it, except for the hundreds of starry sky overlords who had strong cultivations and strong foundations, who were left behind to develop this zombie army. The rest, without exception, were all devoured and eaten. The large stronghold that was enveloped by the heavenly devil blades black heavenly devil baleful chi and began to corrode and devour, it was dispelled the most thoroughly. When the evil black heavenly devil baleful mist once again entered the heavenly devil blade's body, the void where the large stronghold was originally located was already empty, except for an incomparably ferocious sword. The black demonic blade lay across the void. With a whoosh, it rushed back into Tuoba Linfeng's body and disappeared. Retreat, use the fastest speed, leave this star field, change a place, and continue to hunt. As Tuoba Linfeng's words sounded, more than 200 ferocious and terrifying carrion behemoths gradually shrank and soon returned to their human forms. Not far away, the zombie generals that turned into giant scorpions also changed their forms again. A small merchant fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters stood in the void. After a group of zombie generals stepped into the cabin, the first thing they did was to hide their figures, launch their fastest speed, and leave in the blink of an eye. Similar scenes were playing out in the other 4 star fields that were extremely far away. In the end, the 5 zombie armies all successfully completed a star hunt within a day. In the process of this hunt, the zombie generals in the army strengthened themselves. At the same time, they also developed some solid star warriors who became zombie recruits that joined the army. For this hunt, the confidence of the 5 zombie legions was far greater than before. Even before setting off, Tuoba Linfeng had personally instructed them to formulate various countermeasures for unexpected situations. Therefore, for the fish that occasionally slipped through the net during the hunt, they simply didn't pay attention to it. They were too lazy to chase and attack. Because of this, all of this was passed on by the survivors who fled almost immediately. The news seemed to have grown wings, and it quickly spread throughout the 3rd universe at the fastest speed. The zombie army appeared again, wreaking havoc in the starry sky. And this time, it wasn't just one zombie army, but at least 5 zombie armies in different star fields launched a star hunt. As this shocking news spread, the entire human race was in an uproar. The panic in the major star fields of the 3rd universe was like a rolling snowball, getting more and more serious. The human race was in chaos. 1st universe, Devil Emperor planet. When Yixian returned from the black hole of life and returned to the Devil Emperor planet, the news of the human race's chaos happened to arrive. What? The zombie army appeared again? This time, they even showed up in 5 different voids that were far apart in one day and started a space hunt? Hearing this news, Yixian was shocked, and an extremely bad premonition appeared in his heart. With his understanding of Tuoba Linfeng, if he wasn't sure that he had some kind of perfect arrangement, he would never suddenly become so high-profile and arrogant. Faintly, Yixian had an ominous feeling that something big was about to happen. This matter is indeed worrying. On the side, the current Demon Emperor Mo Wintian nodded in agreement. His face was full of worry. The zombie army suddenly launched a high-profile attack. This is not a trivial matter. It gives people a feeling that the universe's zombies will erupt in a full scale, and it will be difficult to contain them. However, for our demon race, this matter is temporarily good. On one hand, at least the human race is in chaos because of this. The entire third universe is in panic. Whether it is the Immortal Dynasty, Tenju Heavenly Palace, or the Wan Luo Federation, they can no longer devote their full strength to suppress our demon race. Their own backyard is on fire. This will more or less tie up a part of their energy. Chapter 39:59. It's just the regular forces of the race. It doesn't seem to be enough, right? Hearing this, Yixian nodded and turned to look at the current Demon Emperor Mo Wintian. The various races of the first universe are currently being restrained by the 4 great races led by the Demon Cultivator. In terms of regular forces, they probably won't be able to spare many battleships to participate in the crusade. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happens, they will most likely send high-end combat strength. It's the same for the human race. The universe zombie army has reappeared in the third universe, and this time, there are 5 zombie armies wreaking havoc in different star fields at the same time. It seems like a full-scale zombie disaster is about to erupt. Under such circumstances, the 2 camps of the human race, the Tenju Heavenly Palace and the Immortal Dynasty, even if they send a battleship, the scale of the crusade against the Demon Cultivator in the first universe should not be too large. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happens, the 2 camps of the human race should also be dominated by high-end combat strength. The various races of the second universe must have received the news. They know that the Myriad Luo Federation Senate has already lost an immortal old monster here. This time, in addition to a large number of conventional fleet combat strength, in terms of high-end combat strength, I'm afraid the level will also be greatly increased. It's very likely that the major forces will send out the immortal old monster again. Under such circumstances, if the Demon Cultivators Foundation does not move, we will not be able to resist at all. This was the truth. Although Yixian did not elaborate on how awkward and distressed he was after he killed the immortal old monster of the Myriad Luo Federation Senate, the upper echelons of the Demon Cultivator royal family, who were present at that time, were obviously well aware of it. It would be strange if he could still be alive and well after killing the immortal old monster in the universe realm. Even though Yixian had already recovered, he might still be able to kill an immortal realm old monster after exhausting all of his trump cards like before. However, according to his speculation, this time, how could there only be one immortal old monster among the major forces that were about to arrive and suppress the Demon Cultivator race in unison? Just as he said, if the Demon Cultivator race did not use the true strength of the race, they would not be able to survive this calamity. That's right. Our demon race is the same as the other races in the 3 main planes of the starry skies. We do have our own race's heritage. Yixian's words made the upper echelons of the Imperial Demon Clan look at each other and smile bitterly. In the end, the current Demon Emperor Mo Wintian sighed. Then, he continued, the only difference is that the foundations of the major races and forces in the 3 main planes of the starry skies are usually hibernating in the depths of their ancestral lands, or in a small independent plane connected to their ancestral lands, such as the Void. Although they're dormant, there's still a chance that they can be awakened in advance by paying a certain price. Of course, the price to awaken a bloodline ancestor of different levels is different. The more powerful a bloodline ancestor is, the lower the possibility of being awakened. But our race is different. Our bloodline progenitor isn't in the three main planes, but the origin of all worlds. Origin of all worlds? What the hell is that? Xianxia frowned. Before, there was already an origin of all evil. Now, it had become a place that countless forces and clans in the three main planes of the starry skies hated and loved. They were deeply hurt, but they couldn't give it up. The name of the origin of all evil lived up to its name. Now that the myriad realm's origin had suddenly appeared and he had never heard of it before, Xianxia felt that it was strange. He asked, "Is it another similar star field?" No, the origin of all evil is indeed a star field in the first universe plane, but the origin of all worlds is different. The former and the latter can't be compared at all. At the mention of the origin of all worlds, the current demon emperor, Wuxia's face was full of fascination and even holiness. He continued solemnly, "The origin of all worlds, as the name suggests, is the origin of all planes and all worlds. As we all know, the first universe, the second universe, and the third universe are only the three main universe planes in the world. In addition to these three main planes of the starry skies, there are countless large and small void planes. Basically, they're all very dangerous and full of void turbulence. There are even more that have never been seen before. The living creatures of the present world are involved in them, and they are not known to the present world at all. In fact, just in the three main planes of the starry skies, there are a large number of independent small planes, such as the void and the like. For example, the so-called Holy Land of the demon race, the ancient void connected to the forbidden valley of the inner city of the demon emperor, is actually a cage related to the desolate ancient era. According to the secret records of the demon royal family, in fact, these countless planes that exist in the present world, including the three main planes of the starry skies, are actually just a part of the distant desolate world. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are fragments of the universe plane. In the past, there was a great battle. The entire desolate world collapsed and turned into countless turbulent void. Some were big and some were small. There were some void passages that connected them, but most of them were isolated from each other. The buffer zone was all void turbulence, and it could no longer be connected. And the three main planes of the starry skies in the present world should only be the larger or the safer and more stable. Three of these fragments of the desolate world. However, it seems that the heavenly Tao, one of the commanders of the two great camps back then, did not fall, and even set up a netherworld furnace in the source of all evil star domain. Regarding that incomparable battle back then, there were many secrets passed down by later generations, but the specific details were not clearly stated. However, now it seems that since the heavenly Tao, one of the commanders of the two great camps back then, did not fall, it even set up a netherworld furnace in the source of all evil star domain. Such a terrifying void, refining grand array. Then, one day in the future, when the heavenly Tao recovers and the desolate great world descends, it is very likely to become a reality. So, the desolate world is the source of all worlds? The current three main planes of the starry skies and countless turbulent voids, small secret realms, and small grotto heavens were all formed by the collapse of the desolate world. Xianxia seemed to be deep in thought, and then said, "Then, in the desolate great world that collapsed in that battle, is there still a place similar to the core of the hub? After the collapse of the desolate world, it also became an unknown void that no one knows, and the foundation of your demon race is there?" You can say that, but it's not entirely correct. The current demon emperor Wuxia nodded and continued to explain, "The desolate great world can indeed be seen as the source of countless planes of the present world, but it is not the source of all worlds. The real source of all worlds is a star, an extremely beautiful ancient star with a blue ocean occupying more than 70% of the surface of the star. That star was extremely mysterious in the desolate era and was called the Mother Star. The initial prototype of the desolate great world was born with that mysterious mother star. Born. Chapter 3960. That's right. That mother star is the so-called source of all realms. Because even the initial prototype of the Eldritch world was born with that mysterious mother star. And Mo Wentian wasn't surprised by Yi Xian's reaction. He even felt that it was within his expectations. He didn't know that Yi Xian's heart was in turmoil. He only thought that anyone who heard such words would have such a reaction. Because this involved the secret of the origin of the Eldritch world. It was the most ancient and distant legend. Legend has it that before the Eldritch world was born, even the universe didn't exist. The entire world was a mass of chaos. The cores of the stars nurtured countless innate life forms. Among them, 500 were born one after another. They were known as the 500 innate demon gods. Among them, there was the most powerful demon god. After he was born, he did not like the chaotic scene of the world at that time, so he used a giant axe to split open the chaos. From then on, there was heaven and earth. The clear air of chaos that was split open rose to become heaven. That was the prototype of the Eldritch world. The turbid air descended to become earth. This earth was the mysterious mother star known as the source of all worlds. The bloodline primordial ancestor of our demon tribe came from that mysterious mother star. That year, when the primordial war broke out, the entire primordial world was shattered into 10,000 worlds. Our mother star drifted into some spatial crack. Our bloodline primordial ancestor, who was at the supreme primordial master level, brought a few juniors with him. They drifted into the void and finally came to the first universe. But because of his serious injuries, he hibernated in a small, independent grotto heaven to recover from his injuries. Later, one of the descendants of the primordial ancestor started to spread his influence in the first universe. That's how the demon race of the first universe came to be. The first demon emperor was actually not the first generation descendant of the primordial ancestor. He was only called the first demon emperor because he founded the demon dynasty. In fact, in that independent grotto heaven, there were many ancestors who were more senior than the first demon emperor. That independent grotto heaven could be said to be the ancestral land of the demon race in the first universe. However, the origin of our race's bloodline and the true foundation of our race is actually that mysterious mother star. In the end, you're just taking long breaths when you speak. At this point, Yi Xian had confirmed that the mysterious mother planet that the current Devil Emperor Mo Wentian had mentioned was the one he was familiar with. Although he was pleasantly surprised, he was also a little disappointed. This was because after entering the current starry sky environment, he finally heard news related to that star. The sea of stars was boundless, and this was really not easy. The reason why they were disappointed was because, according to the current generation's demon emperor, Mo Wentian, although they knew of the existence of the mother planet, they were still clueless as to where it was currently located. Yi Xian originally thought that he'd found hope of returning, but now it seemed that he was just overjoyed. He was excited for nothing. Fortunately, although this thought still existed in Yi Xian's heart, it had been too long since he left. It was no longer an obsession, and he was already used to it. Right now, the most pressing matter was the current situation. As he sighed in his heart, he quickly adjusted his mood and returned to the main topic. He asked the current Devil Emperor Mo Wentian, since there's a supreme primordial bloodline primordial ancestor in the ancestral land of the demon race, as well as a few followers of the race, then the current problem is easily solved. Can you think of a way to awaken one of them? Even if it's just a follower of the primordial ancestor, it's at least a quasi-primordial almighty existence. It's enough to solve the current crisis. The primordial ancestor left tens of thousands of years ago. Otherwise, how could our demon race become the slaves of the heavenly mystery race? As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the current demon emperor, Mo Wentian, shook his head and bitterly smiled, including the ancestors of the clans that followed the primordial ancestor to the first universe. They all left together. Of course, before they left, they all left behind bloodline descendants in the first universe. But after all, they didn't belong here. Although they had bloodline descendants in this universe plane, in the end, they were still homesick and embarked on the path back. They entered the vast void to find a way to return to the mysterious Mother Star. Since then, there has been no news of them. F***CK, your demon race's bloodline primordial ancestor is too irresponsible. She just gave birth to a child here and didn't care. She just left. Xian was immediately disappointed when he heard that a few of the Golden Fighters, who were at least quasi-desolate ancient supreme experts, had all left with the primordial demon bloodline primordial ancestor. Furthermore, this was something that had happened tens of thousands of years ago. After muttering a few words, he seemed to suddenly think of something and then asked, "By the way, didn't you just say that the demon race in the first universe is only the bloodline left behind by a descendant of the primordial demon ancestor who is at the level of primordial demon ancestor? What about the other juniors and followers? Which race did they leave behind their bloodline?" This seemed to be a sensitive question, so the current Devil Emperor Wen didn't know what to say. He frowned and exchanged glances with the other higher-ups of the demon race. After exchanging glances, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. "We don't have the right to comment on this. If you really want to ask, you should ask the first Devil Emperor. Just ask the Devil Emperor, lest you bring us trouble." F***CK. Xian's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have vaguely guessed something, but when he thought about it carefully, he didn't get anything. His heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat, itching unbearably. However, since they weren't willing to say anything, he had no choice but to roll his eyes. However, although the primordial ancestor and his followers have left, the first and second generation descendants of the demon race in the first universe plane are still alive, and both of them are at the undying level. Among them, the first generation descendant has been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years. At that time, he was an emperor-level undying. He wanted to become an emperor-level undying so that he could destroy the Tianji race and help the demon race get rid of the enslavement. Unexpectedly, that seclusion hasn't ended yet. After tens of thousands of years, the one guarding our ancestral land is the second generation descendant, and his strength is Marquis-level undying. Speaking of this, the current Devil Emperor Wen nodded slightly. A Marquis-level undying is enough to suppress a few normal undying, but according to our information, there are at least 2 emperors in the Senate of the Federation. Chapter 3961. He's just an undying, yet he has so many tricks up his sleeves. What normal undying, official undying, emperor undying? There won't be an emperor undying, right? Xian had only asked casually, but looking at the current Devil Emperor Wen's expression, it was clearly the case. This immediately made him roll his eyes. F***CK. These Immortal Realm old monsters really know how to play. Even so, after learning that the second generation ancestor of the demon race was an official level undying that could suppress several normal undyings, his heart finally calmed down. According to his estimations, there would at most be a few normal undyings coming to attack the demons. Emperor-level undyings wouldn't be easily dispatched. By the time they were suppressed, the other races would realize that there were still official-level undyings within the demon race. Hence, the next time they sent Emperor-level undyings, who knows, the first generation of demon race ancestor might just come out of closed-door cultivation. With his strength at Emperor level, suppressing a few emperors shouldn't be a problem. Although this was a little too idealistic, given the current situation, Xian could only think this way. Of course, he would not slack off in the slightest when it came to his own efforts. Thinking of this, Xian changed the topic and asked, "What about the first demon emperor? Is it in the ancestral land of the demon dwellers? Can you contact him? This young master has some matters to discuss with him." Xian had always been concerned about the bloodline descendants left behind by the other followers of the demon race's bloodline primordial ancestor in the 3 main planes of the starry sky. Since the current generation demon emperor, Wen didn't dare to say anything, he could only ask the current generation demon emperor, Zhutian. That's right. The Demon Emperor is indeed in the Grotto Heaven Nest, which is equivalent to the second ancestral land of the Demonkin. When Tian nodded, and a troubled look appeared on his face. But that heavenly abode void is not in the Devil Imperial planet. It is only connected by a void passage. Among the upper echelons of the Devil Imperial family, only great-grandfather Mo has the authority to open that void passage. So, I'm afraid we can't contact it for the time being. Yes. However, although the void passage cannot be opened, the news can be transmitted through special channels. Regarding the situation in the Demon Domain, I have already reported to the Ancestral Land and received a reply. The second-generation ancestor will pay close attention to the situation here. When it is time to take action, he will naturally do so. Attack. As long as no emperors appear, there shouldn't be much of a problem. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to contact the previous generation's Demon Emperor Imo Rentian in a short period of time. Yixian was immediately disappointed. He even felt that this old fellow had a premonition and was purposely avoiding him like the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the old Ghost Mosquito Butcher. When he thought up to this point, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He exclaimed involuntarily, "That's right, Mad Mosquito Monarch and Old Devil Mosquito Butcher are related to the Devil race. The bloodline descendants of her bloodline primordial ancestors' followers in the three main planes of the universe wouldn't be related to these two old fellows. Am I right?" Yixian asked as he turned to look at the current Devil Emperor, Imowen Tian. Little friend, we have to hurry back to prepare for the war. Yes. We can't stay here for long." The reactions of the few old fellows were very big. They immediately found excuses and left in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, the main hall of the small courtyard that Yixian was staying in was empty. Something is wrong. Something is definitely wrong. As if he had found a clue, Yixian's heart calmed down. After muttering a few words, he decided that the next time he saw Mo Yutian, he would ask for the whole story. After that, he threw this matter to the back of his mind and started to think about the situation in the Demon Domain. With the second-generation ancestors' close attention, the Demon Domain's current crisis was basically nothing to worry about. However, Yixian still felt a strong sense of urgency. This was because after this incident, when the second-generation ancestor of the Demon Domain was exposed, the next time the other races and the Senate of the Federation came, there would be Emperor-level undyings. Although with his current strength, no matter how fast he rushed, it was impossible for him to have the strength to fight against an undying emperor in a short period of time. However, Yixian still had many other methods. For example, the 4 Star Wars, as well as Hanba, Ho Qing, and the Desolate Lightning Mother in the Yenluo. He could think of ways to increase their strength and power. Many a little makes a mickle, so Yixian's overall strength would naturally increase even faster. Thinking about this, he quickly made a decision. The direction of the future for a period of time was also roughly formed. Other than increasing his own technique and body level, he also had to think of ways to increase the life level of the 4 Star Wars, including the Mosquito Beasts, the Golden Slimes, the Star Soldier Ladle, and the Weeping Soul Beast. From there, he could greatly increase the power of the Battle Wars. For example, once the Battle Wars were activated, tens of millions of Golden Slimes would attack at the same time and unleash a Golden Tide of Time. Each tide represented the instantaneous passing of 10,000 years. If he could increase the life level of these tens of millions of Golden Slimes, then, once activated, a Golden Tide of Time could represent the instantaneous passing of 20,000, 30,000, or even 40,000 years. At this level of Golden Tide of Time, 7 or 8 waves of time will be equivalent to hundreds of thousands of years quietly passing. Even Emperor-level undyings might not be able to withstand it. Compared to Yixian immersing himself in training and relying on his own strength to fight Emperor-level undyings, this method was obviously more practical. Thinking about this, he immediately gave an order to the Devouring system. Immediately start a comprehensive and detailed search and deduction of the system's database. Look for the special resources that can increase the life level of the 4 Star Wars kinetic life forms. After receiving this order, the devouring system immediately started its search and deduction. Because Yi Xian asked for a comprehensive and detailed deduction, there probably wouldn't be any results in a short period of time. He didn't pay attention to it and didn't want to wait around. This was because there were still about 10 days before the forces of the three dimensions to attack the demon race would arrive one after another. Other than the 4-star wars, the Yuyan Luo was also a high-end combat force that was highly anticipated. Yi Xian quickly turned his attention to this Yuyan Luo. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian decided to take advantage of these 10 days to make a trip to the Star Thunder Tomb to see if he could find a strand of thunder origin there to help the recently awakened Desolation lightning goddess reconstruct her thunder true body. Chapter 3962. After making the decision, Yi Xian immediately sent a message to the current Devil King, Imo Wentian, saying that he would be leaving for a few days. Then, he directly activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability and rushed to the Black Hole of Life because it was closer to the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. After the jump, Yi Xian was already in the Black Hole of Life. He waved his hand and summoned the void-shattering shuttle. He immediately rushed out of the Black Hole of Life and used his extreme speed. With the terrifying speed of a Realm Master Old Monster, he headed straight for the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. Half a day later, a void full of thunder and lightning appeared in front of him. He had arrived at the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. After so long, the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb was still the same as before. There were no changes. Thinking about it, how could anyone come to such a void full of thunder and lightning for years? Even a warship would be turned into scrap metal if it entered, let alone a strong warrior of the Starry Sky. When Yi Xian first came to the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, his cultivation was still very weak. Even when he used a Thunder Source Pearl to kill the Tianji clan's upper echelon, Shan Bo, his cultivation was only at the Mystic Light Realm. But now, he was already a Universe Realm Master of the 15th Realm. But this time, when he came again and saw this vast void of thunder, he could still feel a strong sense of danger. According to his current strength, Yi Xian felt that if he went deep into the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, even the immortal realm old monsters might die. It seemed that this Starry Sky Thunder Tomb was far from as simple as he thought. If it wasn't for the Rai seal, Yi Xian would definitely have died the last time he entered. When he thought up to here, he couldn't help but feel a sense of lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he'd only entered the periphery of the lightning graveyard last time and didn't enter the depths. Otherwise, even if he had the lightning emperor seal that could be said to be revered in the Tao of lightning and could command the lightning of the world to protect his body, under the circumstances that his cultivation was too weak, he was afraid that there would be many problems. There would be less trouble. But that was in the past. This time, he was already an almighty figure of the universe at the 15th level. Moreover, he possessed various extraordinary abilities and reserves, so he couldn't be compared to the past. Even if it was the deepest core of this boundless lightning graveyard, Yi Xian still dared to charge into it now. Moreover, if the lightning origin source that he needed really existed in this lightning graveyard, it would definitely be in the deepest core of the lightning graveyard. When he thought up to here, Yi Xian didn't delay any longer. His figure shook as he strode out of the void break shuttle, and then he put it away into the undying world within his body with a wave of his hand. After that, he took a stride and charged towards the edge of the Starry Sky Lightning Tomb. Rumble! Ka-cha-cha! The moment they rushed down the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, endless thunderous booms and crackling sounds of lightning assaulted their faces, causing Yi Xian to feel as if he had entered another universe, another world. Everything in the surroundings had changed. He had completely lost all connection and perception with the outside world. This was a world of thunder and lightning. Cyan fractionation towers and golden lightning covered the sky, and earth densely packed. Cyan lightning and golden lightning were the main themes of this world. Here, there were no stars or cosmic dust. Even if there had been before, after so many years of being struck by endless cyan lightning and golden lightning, they had long since turned into nothingness. Here, only cyan lightning and golden lightning continued to wreak havoc, life and death back and forth endlessly. Even so, the current Yixian, even if his physical body was in this starry sky, lightning graveyard, he would be completely fine. Just as his figure stepped out of the void shuttle, a faint cyan mist clearly gushed out from Yixian's body. It didn't spread too widely, but instead covered about 3 inches of his entire body. Just these 3 layers of cyan mist were enough to protect him. Protect Yixian as he rampaged through this starry sky, lightning graveyard. This was the unique power of the Rai D Seal's domain, which was displayed by Yixian with a thought. The power of this starry sky origin treasure was unique. It could ignore the damage of thunder and lightning, and this was only the most basic of its properties. With the protection of the Rai D Seal's domain, Yixian stood in the void of this starry sky, lightning graveyard, where there was only endless cyan lightning and golden lightning. A thin layer of cyan mist appeared on the surface of his body as he quietly stood there, but imperceptibly exuded an aura of being the emperor of this domain, commanding the entire star. The supreme aura of the void lightning graveyard had nothing to do with his cultivation. It was purely an innate suppression of his attribute. Around his figure, the cyan lightning and golden lightning that were wreaking havoc without end clearly carried a sense of fear and subconsciously retreated into the distance. As a result, a radius of 1 zhang around him had become a vacuum, without any cyan lightning or golden lightning appearing. These cyan lightning and golden lightning naturally did not have any consciousness. The reason they retreated was purely a natural reaction to the suppression of the Rai D Seal's Emperor pressure. With his mind set, his figure flashed as he directly crossed the sea of lightning with his physical body. With Yixian's current speed, even if he crossed the sea of lightning with his physical body, it did not take long for him to arrive at the area where he had condensed 10 Thunder Origin beads last time. This was also the furthest place he had ever reached when he first set foot in this starry sky, lightning graveyard. Further ahead was the core of the starry sky, lightning graveyard, where even Yixian, who possessed the Rai D Seal, did not dare to rashly set foot in last time. But this time, he had no choice and would not retreat. After taking a deep breath, Yixian quickly moved forward again. This time, after a full half a day, he discovered that the surrounding void had begun to change. In the void of lightning he had passed through before, the thunder was cyan while the lightning was golden. But after arriving here, whether it was the cyan lightning or the golden lightning, they were all covered with a faint layer of purple gold. And this situation became more and more obvious as he went deeper. Another day passed. When Yixian came to his senses, he discovered that the lightning and thunder in the surrounding space were all purple gold in color. It was completely different from the green lightning and gold lightning from before. It emitted an even more powerful pressure and an even more violent aura of destruction. Undoubtedly, these purple gold thunder and lightning were of a higher level. This made Yixian's heart tremble. Then, before he could do anything, the Rai D Seal suspended above his sea of consciousness suddenly trembled without warning, as if it was transmitting some kind of message to Yixian. After being stunned for a moment, Yixian was blessed with luck. He immediately stopped moving and extended his consciousness towards the Thunder Emperor seal above his sea of consciousness, entering it. Rumble, boom. In the next moment, a series of thunderous explosions suddenly entered Yixian's ears, causing him to be shocked. Chapter 3963. The Inheritance Scene. It was actually the Inheritance Scene again. At this moment, Yixian had a flash of realization. The Rai D Seal had clearly been refined, but this time he actually saw this Inheritance Scene from the Primordial Era, which was suspected to be from when the Rai D Seal was first born. At that time, the universe had just been born, and everything in the universe had a strand of innate primordial chi. After countless years of nurturing, it became a starry sky origin treasure. This kind of opportunity and fortune could not be found in later generations, and it would be difficult to reproduce again. At the end of the void of this inheritance scene, a giant golden lotus was blooming brilliantly, releasing endless golden light. It was as if the entire universe was illuminated by it, as if it was nurtured by the heavens and nurtured in the depths of the void. It was incomparably huge, and even the stars in front of it seemed to be very small. They were extremely small and weak. On the lotus stem of the golden lotus, there was only one lotus seed, but it was green in color. It was clearly a seal-shaped object, and its entire body was entwined with golden lightning, stretching out and spitting out continuously. His Rai-D seal was nurtured from this giant golden lotus with an aura that could almost cover the heavens and earth. In the giant lotus's lotus seed pod, there was only one lotus seed. Rumble. The inheritance scene was still and unmoving, but the rumbling of thunder continued to enter Yixian's ears, shocking his mind. Surrounding the green-gold lightning seal that existed as a lotus seed on top of the lotus canopy, there were countless tiny golden lightning bolts extending and retracting. And if one were to expand one's line of sight to the extent of the entire giant golden lotus, one would be able to see that around the entire golden lotus there were countless green lightning balls. They exploded one after another. They were born and died in an endless cycle. Gradually, the green lightning beads around the giant golden lotus became denser and denser. They all exploded, turning into countless huge golden lightning bolts. At first, they only wreaked havoc in the void, destroying countless stars. In the end, these golden lightning bolts seemed to have received some sort of summons, and gradually they began to move. They converged in a certain direction. It was the green-gold lightning seal, the only lotus seed on the top of the giant golden lotus. But this was not the end. Last time, the scene that Yixian saw in the Rai-D seal's legacy image had come to an end. But this time, the subsequent evolutions were still continuing. In the inheritance scene, the Rai-D seal began to spin. As it spun, a large amount of green and golden lightning around the giant golden lotus was sucked in and gathered towards the Rai-D seal. It slowly turned into a large greenish-gold cocoon. This scene was exactly the same as when Yixian had condensed the Thunder Origin Orb in the Astral Lightning Tomb. He understood that this was the Rai-D seal demonstrating a kind of power. Very quickly, a gigantic greenish-golden cocoon enveloped the Rai-D seal. The entire cocoon was formed from green lightning and golden lightning. Finally, it began to condense inwards. When all the green lightning and golden lightning had condensed into a single point, a greenish-golden bead the size of a cinnabar fruit appeared above the Rai-D seal. It was the Thunder Origin bead. But this was still not the end. It was not over yet. Just as the Rai-D seal was condensing the Thunder Origin bead, the gigantic golden lotus in the inheritance scene was also growing. Previously, it was green lightning and golden lightning that were expanding and retracting in its body. But now, whether it was lightning or thunder, they had all turned into a purple-gold color. Even the entire golden lotus had turned into a purple-gold color. It was as if it had only been green before, but now it had matured. Immediately after, the Rai-D seal began to spin again. Following the rotation of the Thunder Emperor imprint, a large amount of lightning and lightning was once again gathered around the Thunder Emperor imprint. Merely this time around, regardless of whether it was the lightning or lightning, they were all purple-gold in color. And the greenish-golden Thunder Origin bead hovering above the Rai-D seal was still there. It spun together with the Rai-D seal. All the purple-gold lightning that had gathered surged towards the Thunder Origin bead. This seemed to be the second tempering process to improve its quality. Soon, as more and more purple-gold lightning gathered, the second cocoon was formed. Just like the first one, it was still formed by endless lightning and thunder. Its entire body was purple-gold, and it exuded a terrifying aura. Everything that happened after that was replicated like before. The purple-gold cocoon rapidly shrank and disappeared into the Thunder Origin bead hovering above the Rai-D seal. At this time, the original greenish-golden Thunder Origin bead was now purple-gold in color. The lightning and thunder on its surface were all purplish-golden in color. At this point, the inheritance scene came to an abrupt end. Yixian took a few seconds to recover from his shock. He originally thought that the Rai seal had been completely refined, but now it seemed that this origin treasure was far from being as simple as he thought. It seemed that there was still a seal that was being unsealed layer by layer. What Yixian saw now was only the second layer of the Thunder origin bead. Whether there would be a third layer after that, he did not know. But one thing was certain, and that was that the purple gold Thunder origin bead, condensed by the second layer of the Thunder seal secret technique, could definitely threaten the existence of the immortal realm. Its aura was too terrifying. Thinking of this, Yixian was almost excited. In the Rai seal in his body, there were still 8 golden Thunder origin beads. If all of them were tempered again and upgraded to purple gold Thunder origin beads, he would undoubtedly have a stronger foundation when facing the immortal realm old monsters. Xiao, excited, he no longer hesitated and waved his hand to bring out the Rai seal. In the next moment, as the Rai seal was brought out by Yixian and hung above his head, the entire depths of the Thunder tomb exploded like a pot of boiling oil that had been poured with a ladle of ice water. Countless purple gold thunderbolts were attracted and exploded above Yixian's head. A huge amount of purple gold thunderbolts rained down on Yixian's head, but none of them could cause any harm to Yixian. The surface of his body was always shrouded in a thin layer of purple gold mist, and his hands were behind his back. Standing in the void where the thunderbolts were raging, exuding a strong emperor's aura. A large amount of purple gold lightning gradually enveloped the Rai seal and even Yixian's entire body. In the end, it formed a huge lightning cocoon that flickered with purple gold lightning. Yixian, who had the Rai seal above his head, was the core of this huge lightning cocoon that was like a star. At this moment, the purple gold mist that originally enveloped his body suddenly expanded and spread out, enveloping the entire purple gold cocoon, turning it into a misty green color. Then it began to condense inwards. The whole process was basically the same as what Yixian saw in the inheritance image of the Rai seal. After an unknown amount of time, the giant purple gold cocoon that was formed by a Thunder origin bead after being tempered by hundreds of millions of purple gold thunderbolts finally disappeared completely. And above the Rai seal, hanging above Yixian's head, a Thunder origin appeared.